Welcome back to The Rock. Friday Night Fever going to hit Gibraltar tonight. Night 5 of this ECIW. I tell you what, Italy, what a win that was last night. Last ball upset over the Dutch. The Swedes are here. They mean business. Can't wait. 3 matches on the way. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode ECIW Gibraltar, and it starts right now. Good evening to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge night in European cricket. Well, it's been a big day so far, hasn't it? A golden start to the day in Malta. Elimination day. I'll tell you what, that will take years off your life. Some really close matches there. Another top 4 into finals day tomorrow in Malta. But here at Gibraltar, it's also finals night tomorrow night. So by the end of today's games, we'll know what the top 2 are, what the 3rd and 4th are, and so we'll know what the games will be tomorrow night. So we are starting with match 10, first of a triple header tonight. And it's going to be Italy versus Sweden. Pretty interesting matchup if you ask me. And let's see what happened when Tyrone Peters was with the 2 captains at the toss.
Welcome to the first game of the day between Sweden and Italy. Italy to call. There's your tails, there's your heads.
Head.
Head is the call. It is a head.
We would bat first.
So Italy win the toss. Kamudu Pedrick says that she wants to bat first, so we won't see an epic chase by Italy tonight, at least not in this match. And how was that game last night? Now, Italy actually topping the table at the moment. This is their last group game though, so they've got a 4-1 record, so they'd love to put a bit of a buffer between them and the Dutch, who do have 2 matches in hand. Got to say, Amelia Bartram, what an innings that was last night. 29 of 13, including a 4 and a 6 to win the match. 99-98 was the final. It's one of the most magical moments I can remember on ECN. And well, let's see if Italy can reproduce the magic here, because we all know after a big high, sometimes you can come out of the blocks a little bit slow. And I think Sweden are hoping that that happens, because Sweden, to have any chance of getting out of that 3rd place, this is kind of a must win for them. We'll see them twice tonight as well. I've got to say, Kanchan Rana, another opportunity for her at the top of the order. She was run out first ball, sensational run out, but she won't be too happy with that. I think she'd like to get amongst the runs. And I think Signe Lundell as well. I think she batted through the innings earlier in the week. I think she's also a pretty important player. So last time these 2 teams met, Italy got the biscuits, but it was pretty competitive. Let's see what these 2 teams throw up first tonight. Let's talk about the conditions. Well, pretty similar to last night. It's about 13 right now, so a little bit cooler. I would expect the wind to come in, so probably much the same. Hopefully the weather stays pretty much like this, and I'll be happy. Here's another man I'm very happy to see at the moment, Joe Wegasani. Well, how was that last ball finished last night? I'm still getting over it, Joe. Let's go over to you in the commentary box with the news from match 10. The Italy, they've won the toss. They're going to bat.
Yes, very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Europa Sports Complex here in Gibraltar. I am Joe Wegasani, and thank you very much, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, out there in the middle. Well, there's one thing more resplendent than this giant rock bathed in the sun. It is Vinny Sandu in a dashing white outfit. As we have a look at the fantasy dashboard listing for this match here, Sweden versus Italy. Italy have won the toss and elected to bat, and certainly will be looking to put on a good score. We saw some amazing cricket there last night, and it will be great to see how these 2 teams go about this contest between each other. The players are out there on the field. Umpires are just making sure that everything is in order. And I want to welcome everybody from around the world, wherever you're tuning in from, as we have a look at the expected scores as calculated there. Let's see how that all lines up with the reality of the situation. 70 expected for Sweden, 83 for Italy, Italy being the firm favourites. But of course, as we know, anything can happen in T10 cricket. We've got the 2 batters out there. It's Anna Vanakula Surya with Dilaisha Nana Yakata, who've come out to open the batting. We haven't seen much of Vanakula Surya, so it'll be good to see how she goes about it. She's at the non-striker's end, Nana Yakara at the striker's end, and they will be taking on the wily ways of Haria Shamto. She's been pretty good with the ball. certainly trying to keep it tidy. I feel that in this contest, well, the Italians, they'll be up and about since last night. An amazing finish to that match. Big 6 off the final ball by Amelia Bartram. Straight down the ground. It was quite a sight to behold, and certainly they'll be feeling the confidence that they can maintain a position in the top 2 on these standings. As for Sweden, well, they've certainly been putting in some good performances of their own. I've got a feeling this will be a good tight tussle between the bat and the ball. Sundries are going to have a play here. And certainly Sweden will be wanting to keep them down in this, the opening innings of tonight's play here at the Europa Sports Complex. Looks like everybody is set. The umpires are out there, the batters are out there, the fielders are out there, and the bowler is in position. Got our umpires, Sunil Shandirama and Seb Maynard. We're ready to play. Let's do this. Let's play some cricket. Here we go. Oh, false start. Well, it's a little bit like when you're on the aeroplane, sitting, waiting to take off, and then the bails go flying. So just building up the suspense as we get ready here. Sunil Shandirama. No, it is, sorry, Seb Maynard at the officiating end at the moment, but he's donning a bright new haircut. So glad I've got that one cleared to start proceedings. Here we go. Let's do this. Let's play some cricket. So full ball. It should be a no ball. It is, and it's been pulled away beautifully behind square, all the way to the rope. 4 runs on the board for Italy. Well, just not quite in control there. We've seen that so often with bowlers at this ground. It does take a couple of deliveries just to get the line and the length right, and on that occasion, way too full. You see Sunil Shandirama's arm going out straight away there, indicating the no ball. So it will be a free hit. 5 runs on the board for Italy. As yet, no legal deliveries. So much better channel there, and just deceiving the Italian bat, Nana Yakara, swinging the bat at it outside the off stump, but the pace is taken off the ball, through to the keeper. No run added, 5 for none. We've also got Elsa Telander still behind the stumps for Sweden. Came in yesterday, performed rather admirably. That's another good ball. Again, just the pace off it, so unable to generate that pace to beat the infield. There could be a run-out chance here as the throw goes to the bowler's end. It's going to be close. No indication from the umpire as yet. I think she's home. Let's have a look at this. We'll slow it down. Yeah, just making it home nice and comfortably. A good piece of fielding though. The throw came in quick, and it was a decisive throw to the correct end. So first runs, well, second runs off the bat, and it's going to be Ivana Kulasuria. Has a chance now. I'd say that Italy would be looking to go at around about 8 to 9 and over. Certainly for the power play, they'd be looking to stretch above that, but if they can consistently keep around 8 to 9, we know that a score of around 90 is certainly defensible, although the Dutch did struggle with that last night, coming to the very last delivery of the night's play. So Ivana Kulasuria now facing Shamto. And again, a nicely pitched delivery, but it's been picked up, and away, all the way. 6 big runs. Ivana Kulasuria, she has gone whack. Picking that length up really nicely. She started to move forward, but then just kicked back a little bit. And obviously a powerful striker of the ball. She cleared that fence with relative ease. So let's see how Shamto responds. Well, it's going to be a wide. So just trying to feed that channel as wide outside the off stump as possible. It's a good one to be bowling in. Trying to force the batter to hit through the offside. We do know that in this format there is such a tendency to drag it to the leg side. Well, she's gone hitting through the offside on that occasion. She's gone a long way, the longest way you can. Big 6 runs. Vanakula Surya, she is on fire at the moment. Didn't seem to hit that too hard either, but just pure timing. And we'll have a look. This is the replay coming up. So it would have been a wide, but she just put that big front foot down the pitch to the pitch of the ball. And swinging through the line. Wonderful shot. She's on 12 off just 2 deliveries. So it's short again, but it stays low. Asking the question of the umpire, but whether it was coming back in, straightening, I think it did hit outside the line. The immediate decision called there by Seb Maynard. Yeah, just hitting her outside the line. So 1 delivery left in this, the opening over. It's been a big one for Italy, as this is driven square of the wicket, beats the 2 fielders, and he's going to run away for another boundary. Vanakula Surya, she is suddenly rocketing away. 16 runs off just the 4 deliveries now. Wonderful power play hitting as well. So that will bring the score to 23 for none after the first over. That was a magical one. And we can have a look there at how some of the top performers in this series have been going so far. Well, Signe Lundell, she was great last night for Sweden. And if the Italian batters keep going the way they're going at the moment, then she's going to have a job to do. Talking of a job to do, a man with many jobs has just wandered into the commentary box. A good afternoon to you, Vinny Sando.
Afternoon. Interesting start to this one, hey?
Great start.
Monica Zaria's come out, just gone bang, bang, bang. She was listed at 11 in the lineup, and they've said, all right, I'm going to throw you up there. Let's see what you can do. At the moment, she can do a lot.
Yeah, a bit of a secret weapon if you're keeping that kind of power hitting hidden. Well driven as well. That's going to be 4. That's going all the way through the extra cover region. She just got down on one knee. Nana Yakara. Beautiful power hitting this by the Italians.
This would have been a wide, but she strokes it beautifully all the way along the carpet. I just think Italy right now got a lot of confidence. Looks like they've dispensed with the bails due to that wind, which here it's called a light breeze, but anywhere else would be called very windy. It's going to be a tough wind for Shukla to deal with because it's pretty much coming right to left as you look at it there. So I think that's why she's going around the wicket.
Yeah, this one on the full and well stopped there in the covers. They will run through for a single, but certainly run saved there by a diving attempt.
I want to welcome everyone. A lot of people switching over from Malta. I'm one of them. What an elimination day they had there. That was absolutely nuts what was going on there. Golden ball start to the day. 4 really close matches.
So full of 1, catch, caught and bowl chance, but it evades the bowler's outstretched hand, running through to long on. They take 1 run.
Yeah, so very good evening to Jeff Maguire and Shrug and Luke. Animals in there. Hello to Gary Wheeler. He says woohoo. He's happy it's Peacock Friday. So am I.
This is a good delivery. Fuller on the stumps and driven back down the ground. Dot ball.
This has turned into a really good start now for Italy. I just thought they might come out a bit sluggish after the crazy highs of last night. What goes up must come down, but at the moment it's only the score going up.
Dances down the pitch this time. Tries to meet it on the full, but only as far as mid-off. Dot ball. Yeah, that was an amazing sequence of events last night.
Crazy. And so that was a really close game. And then we had 4 really close games today in Malta on elimination day.
So top edge this one, it's up in the air. Fielder's coming around. Someone's got to own it, but no one does as they allow it to fall in the vacant area between them.
Yeah, that was a swirler, wasn't it? And it kind of fell between 3 fielders. Nobody really put their name on it. So it's the end of the over. It's 31 without loss after 2. And right now, Sweden basically really need a wicket to stop the bleeding because both these two looking very strong.
Yeah, they certainly are indeed. And lovely to see that power hitting through the offside as we have a look at some of the standings in this tournament so far. Italy taking pole position since the events last night.
Yeah, it pretty much becomes a must-win for Sweden to have any hope of getting out of 3rd place. They've got 2 games tonight, so do the Netherlands. Italy, this is their last group game. Gibraltar have their last group game coming up in the 2nd game of the night. So triple header here to finish the group standings, and the top 2 play the final tomorrow night.
Well, if today was a crazy day, Vinny, it's going to be absolutely nuts tomorrow between here and Malta.
I was kept very busy in Malta with what was going on. With the golden ball, we had golden ball 42, which is pumped for 6 by Dinesh Siddiqui, a player who wandered into the Master Cricket Ground about 3 weeks ago looking for a club, saying, I've just arrived, I'm working on the island, and he picked the Bajiba Blasters. I think they were pretty happy because he pretty much sent them into the afternoon with a really good innings.
Yeah, it's lovely when fortunes converge on the cricket field.
All right, here's Vaidya in over number 3.
So this one dragged down the leg side. It was a fuller ball. I like the idea going into the stumps, but just losing control a little bit.
So Italy with a win here can actually go 4 points clear of the Netherlands, which means the Netherlands at best can tie them, although they could still overhaul them for top place on net run rate. But yeah, very, very interesting night ahead as we see the final standings take shape.
This one would have been a wide, but a little bit of glove or bat onto it, and it trickles away all the way over the rope. 4 more runs. Nani Yakada.
Yeah, I think Vaidya's hoping to get a bit of outswing kind of movement here.
Yeah, using the wind.
But it doesn't just happen. That's the other thing. You don't get the seam position right. So, yeah, that was easy pickings. You can see, again, it was too full as well. It's kind of on her haunches there, so you can understand why that wasn't called no ball. But, yeah, it's going to be tough. This wind, it can only get stronger as well, I think, heading into the weekend. So that's a bit scary for the bowlers.
So they're trying to get that movement again, but once more dragging it down the leg side. This is going to be an expensive over.
That's good running by Wanakula Surya as well to get through for an extra. Yeah, so you can see without bails, so what that basically means is any time the stumps are hit with the ball, that counts as putting the wicket down. Doesn't matter if it was already, it's already been hit by the ball earlier in the play. It does happen sometimes. There's a provision for it in the laws of cricket.
Certainly would have had an impact last night.
Yeah.
Saw that ball hit the stumps and the bails.
That's a very good point.
And actually what we saw in the ECS, we'll get back to that after this delivery. Here's Vaidya. This is a good ball and played away. There's a catching chance, but just over the head of the infielder, running once, twice, thrice over the rope. 4 more runs.
That's good effort from the fielder. I like that Vaidya's gone around the wicket just to change the angle because it wasn't working for her over, so why not try that? And it was a bit of a teaser for the fielder, but it costs Sweden another boundary.
I don't mind them trying to tempt that drive, though. That is a chance to get caught there in the off-field. They've got to get through this power play, though, without too much more damage. Still Vaidya. That's a better ball, but still too straight on the pads and full and whipped away all the way. 4 more runs.
Yeah, what a shot. Again, it's kind of a shin-high full toss, but it's all about timing. Italy are just chock full of confidence at the moment. And how about this for a magical start for Wanakula Surya?
I want to know where they've been hiding her.
Yeah.
Certainly not at the top of the order.
No, that's true. Like I said, she was listed 11 on my sheet, and maybe they just turned it upside down and said, okay, off you go. She's been brilliant. Someone that can go over the top in the power play and kind of put away those more regulation shots. She's definitely having a go.
Fuller again outside the offside and struck very beautifully all the way. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Wanakula Surya, suddenly she's on 29 off just the 8 deliveries.
Yeah, and again, I love the shot selection here. Goes with the angle.
Yeah.
Confidence is everything. Right now, Italy are just oozing confidence. That's the 50 partnership. It's come up in only 16 balls.
Yeah, this is a remarkable exhibit of power play hitting. Exactly what you need to do.
Yeah, they're going to send Singer Lundell out to deep cover now as one of the outfielders. They can't wait for this power play to finish, Sweden.
And really sit on the rope there. If you're on the outfield, you can't afford to really be walking in that much. The ball will travel in that direction. Goes to play on the leg side, gets a little bit confused, dobs up with the leading edge. There is a scramble for the single as the run comes through. 1 more added.
Yeah. And the thing is, what I really like about the approach from Italy, and they tried to go toe-to-toe with the Netherlands from the get-go last night. They didn't want to fall behind. I think they realised they've got 11 players. So, you know, if wickets happen, wickets happen. You don't want to be too passive. We certainly haven't seen that so far in the first almost 3 overs of this contest.
No, this is passive. I'm scared. There's a big top edge. Flies up behind the keeper. Not going to be caught, though. And another run.
It's another one that Vaidya gets too full. It's going to be an interesting replay. Yeah, I think she got away with one. She got away with one of these. Not super sure she got away with this. Is it waist high or above? You be the judge at home, but
Gets down low.
she's kind of crouching a bit. Anyway,
Would have been around the waist as a passer.
having a bit of mercy on Sweden, I think, because they get out of the power play, and it'll be 52 without loss after 3.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing with Italy here, Vinny, is the growth of a real team. There's a real team spirit about them. I think the Dutch were a little bit shocked last night, and maybe a bit of a reminder for, well, not just about the individual performances, it's about everybody being in a cohesive sort of mindset on the field.
That's true. I mean, I'd say Sweden also have a pretty good team cohesion index. They're 2-2 in the series. I think they're a little bit disappointed that they couldn't get the points against Italy last time. Right now, they're chasing their tail a little bit as Ravuri comes on in the fourth.
So shorter and hit straight down the ground. It's found a lovely gap there, down at long off, and going over the rope. 4 more runs.
Wow, this has been a masterclass so far. I mean, this isn't the worst ball. It's just stand and deliver job. Naniakara getting in on the action. Yeah, right now, you can just see this innings is a runaway freight train, and Italy just keeping that momentum going. There's still plenty of batting to come.
Plenty of batting to come. Ravuri here, she has been dangerous with the ball. I wouldn't be surprised to see one, another short one, and then one fuller trying to get through to the stumps. But these two Italian batters seem a bit insurpassable at the moment.
Yeah, and they can have one more back, so maybe that was a bit of a tactical error there as well.
A little bit fuller this time and hit away square of the wicket and found another gap, found another result, much the same as the previous ball, 4 runs.
Oh, this is such a good shot. For all the footwork and all these things, I mean, the main thing is you've got to make good contact. You've got to have good hand-eye coordination. So there's not a lot in the way of footwork, but it's such good hands. The way that she releases the wrist at just the right moment. And that races away behind point for 4 more.
If they keep going at this rate, Vinny, we are going to be looking at probably the biggest score we've seen on this ground.
Hello to Tim Reedman as well. And Shrug in the chat. A few people talking Women's World Cup. And yeah, South Africa.
Yeah, incredible result. Partnership on 60 now. And this one almost dragged on. She goes to play it down the leg side.
And they'll get in for a single. Yeah, South Africa knocking out England. It's probably a bit of an upset in most people's eyes. One thing I always love, it's more of a Men's World Cup thing though. South Africa finding a way to get knocked out in bizarre circumstances. That's kind of their trademark. And the women putting them to shame. They're in the final.
Yeah, they've been on a great trajectory, the South African women, for the previous 4 or so years.
Shrug also asking, do I think Rico's voice will survive to the end of finals day? Probably not.
Get him the ginger.
Probably not. He's got a day off on Sunday, so.
This one full on the stumps. They're going to ask a question. Should be out. As that one we know was going to stay low. And Surya, she gets the breakthrough.
Yeah, and it's smart bowling by Ravuri. And just kind of taking the bait here. Wonderful Surya, who batted really well. But you can see the tactical error here. Looking for the leg side. We've seen this time and time again in this series. I think that's hitting middle, maybe middle and leg. And yeah, good umpiring as well. So Sweden get the one they sorely needed. There's Anne Wonderkul. She can certainly be very proud of her efforts. 30 off 10. And she's put Italy in control of this game. 61 for 1.
Gee, and isn't that a marked difference from the start of this tournament? We've just seen the Italians. As we know, all 4 teams here playing their first T10 internationals. And certainly that was a much better approach.
Yeah, for sure. Fearless batting, fearless cricket at the moment. And there's a fine line between being brave and being foolish. But I think that Italy, they've played some very good shots and made good shot selections so far today.
Absolutely have. Regina Sudhazai coming into bat now. Ravuri will drop that one in short down the offside. It's been pumped down to long off. They're going to run through for a single. That was some good power hitting from Regina as well. And we saw her holding back a little bit last night with her shots. And it'll be good to see if she casts a little bit more freedom out there. And that one splayed away beautifully through the covers. That's found the rope as well. Well, they are dealing in boundaries. Naniakara has played that with sublime timing. So we'll have a look at the batting scorecard there, and wasn't that a great job by the top order of this Italian side, making that partnership 65 runs as that over comes to a close. And the score is 66 for 1, so...
Yeah, I mean, let's see if Sweden can parlay that into something more. Regina Sudhazai comes out. I like the fact she's coming out with some runs on the board and coming out a bit higher. I think sometimes she takes a little bit of time to find her feet, so I like her batting in the 3 position, to be honest.
Yeah.
Let's see how she goes, though.
Also just having that freedom to play her shots We did see her holding back a little bit last night. So she'll be Rana now coming into the attack. Kanchan Rana. So full on the start, so you should be asking the question. Don't know if that got any bat. Regina getting caught a little bit on the crease there. So nothing doing. That's a dot ball, which for the Swedes is as good as gold at the moment.
Rana with the ball.
And dragged away on the leg side there as well. So that is a dangerous spot for Rana to be bowling. We know how many wickets have fallen. Pitching it on that line. The balls certainly stay low on this pitch. And it'll be Rana continuing. And just say, a little bit of arrangement going on there in the background. You might be able to hear as that one's whipped away to mid-wicket. The throw comes in, but there was a little bit of a misfield. Good running from the Italians.
Yeah, I've been wheeling and dealing in the background, just sorting out an offer and
how
acceptance.
Unusual.
Yeah. And so we might have a bit of a guest commentator. This is called a no ball, I believe. So it looks like we've got a free hit coming up.
Overstep.
Either that or perhaps it's a field infringement. I'd say, yeah, maybe at the end of the over we'll have a little bit of a guest.
That's good. A full ball and come down to meet it with the full face of the bat. There is protection out there on the ropes, so just the one more to Regina.
But I won't say who it is, but they're a very good cricketer. And let's see. I haven't asked her if she wants to watch the Italy team because I think she saw about enough of them last night. Probably seen enough of it today on social media. So
she spent enough time out there to have a look, and that should be a good question. And should be out is as the dreaded finger of doom lifts up, and that will be the end of a fantastic innings from Nana Yakara.
Yeah, she goes for 30 as well, so kind of 30 all for the openers. Again, hitting across the ball that's straight, and that come much easier than that for the umpire.
That's the area, isn't it? Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
so, yeah, again, sometimes this pitch not really getting up on occasion though. Anyway, Joe's just going to step out for a second, and I'm going to welcome a special guest commentator. She's a very, very good cricketer. We've seen her in this series. She's come to the ground most days as well, including today. I want to welcome from the Netherlands, Sterre Callis. Sterre, welcome to the commentary box. How are you tonight?
Thank you very much for having me. Yeah, I'm very good tonight, actually. Way better than the last couple of days.
Because there's been a bit of a bug going around in the Netherlands camp, hasn't there?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, it started off a couple of days ago, and I woke up not very well.
Yeah.
And spent pretty much 2 days in bed. So yesterday was maybe a little bit too soon to play.
Yeah.
I didn't feel that well when I was out there.
I remember you said that last night. Here's Rana, who's going to bowl a very good one to Pedrick, the new batter, the captain, coming in at number 4. Look, talk us through last night. I mean, everything has an equal and opposite reaction. Obviously, Italy, big surprise win over you guys. I know you're missing a couple of players, but I mean, as far as entertainment from a neutral point of view, it was a pretty incredible cricket match.
Yeah, 100%. We don't use it as an excuse at all. I think that's what we'll...
It's a little bit too wide.
Yeah, no, I think, the Italian girls came out very well, good intent, I think, from the very start. And, we gave it away a little bit in both, maybe our batting and bowling innings. But credit to the girls, like they came hard at us and they've done really well to beat us in the end.
Yeah, well, that's what we say about this T10 cricket on ECN. Absolutely anything can happen. See a little bit of a fake charge.
Yeah.
And then, well, how about this from Regina? Well, that's one way to do it. Regina, well, we saw a few tears on the pitch last time. And this isn't tears, but this is still a bit of a mess. She just forgot how to walk there for a second, but she did get back in. It's the end of the over, and it's 71 for 2. Just quickly, just want to remind everyone out there, there's so much cricket coming up on ECN, including the European Cricket League, which starts in only 3 days. It starts on Monday, the other side of this weekend. There'll be 30 domestic champions and the European champions, Pakake from Spain, who are going to be there in Cartama. And yet, breaking news last night was Sporting Alfaz will represent Spain in Group E. And of course, from a Dutch point of view, VOC Rotterdam, a team you know pretty well, I'm sure.
Yeah, good to see the boys out there, actually. I didn't know that they were playing next week, so very good to see that they're out there, and I wish them all the best.
So the thing is, these groups are only 3 days each, so actually they'll be there on Thursday, so they're only 6 days away from playing, Stera.
Oh,
so
that's exciting.
Watch out. I'm sure you know quite a few of those guys, and of course they're previous champions, VOC Rotterdam. But we're starting with England versus Germany. That's going to be an interesting one, Monday morning.
Yeah.
And it's only just the morning because it goes into the evening. And a bit like here, how are you finding night cricket? Had you played any night cricket before this week?
Yeah, I played a tournament in Dubai last year, the fair break competition in Dubai under the lights. For me, that was, I think, my first tournament under the lights.
Yeah.
It's very different.
It, isn't it?
Yeah, especially here. I think the lights are a little bit lower than they normally are, so sometimes you lose the ball a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's challenging, and we like the challenge. So.
Yeah, well, that's why you play. You like those challenges.
Yeah,
so
100%.
question in the chat as well, and throw your questions in for Stera from the Netherlands, who I think we'll probably see batting. Who we got? Has got Heather back tonight?
Yeah, I think our full team is back from illness.
That's good. So probably where will we see you
yeah.
batting? Batting number 3 tonight, do you think? Or
I'm
yet to be
unsure. Yeah,
discussed?
actually, I still have to have the chat with my coach, but I think opening will be still up there.
All right. Well, this one has gone very wrong from Summer Sheikh, who loses the handle. That'll be a no ball. Free hit coming up. Shrug is asking, is Chris Munoz-Mills able to play for 2 teams? No, you can only play for 1 team in the ECL. Yeah, he was listed to play for Paco Care as a wild card, but then his team is now parachuted in. So can't help you, but I know he won't play for both, Shrug. But yeah, I'd love some questions. Swistero here. She's with me for the rest of the innings. As Rashmi comes in, dishes up another full toss as a free hit, so no danger of being caught. But anyway, I mean, you being such an attacking player, and I like the way you're a good mix of technical capability, but also power and aggression. So how do you find the dynamics of the T10 cricket here?
Oh, I love this format. I think T10 is great. Like you can see, like as yesterday, like one player can take the game away from you. So it's 10 overs, but I think as I said, like anything can happen. So it's really exciting format, and I think especially for like our team, I think it's a really good opportunity to show what we're capable of. And
it's certainly compressed, isn't it? And one thing that surprised me, and I've done a lot of T10 cricket now, but probably when I first started doing it about 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago, I was surprised how many momentum swings you can have in such a short game.
Yeah, 100%. Like as you saw yesterday, like we were totally on top of it for pretty much 80% of the game, and you saw the Italians had 2 very, very good overs, and it wasn't all in their favor. So as you can see, like it's, the girl's been growing, I think, every match we're watching. So that's the most exciting bit, that everyone is enjoying it and everyone is improving and stuff, which is the most important thing.
Yeah, and you can see, even in this game, Italy were off to a breakneck start, but a couple of wickets just pulling things back. And
yeah, great. Yeah, we came in here and they were 50 for none of 2, and we were like, oh, what's going on here?
Yeah, if you look at...
But you see now how good Sweden is fighting back, so...
Yeah, they were 52 after 3. They were 66 off 4. But then in the last kind of over and a half, we've only seen 9 runs. Quite a few of those extras. Anyway, you've played cricket kind of all around the world a little bit now, haven't you? You've played a lot of cricket in England. Tell us about how things are going in England for you.
Oh, yeah, we're very busy preparing for our pre-season. I play for the Northern Diamonds, which is based in Headingley in Leeds up north.
Yeah.
And I'm really enjoying my time out there. Played there for the last 3 seasons. And actually just signed a contract for the next 3 years. So really exciting for that opportunity, and I love playing England in for the Diamonds. So
and I think I told you I can definitely hear the leads in your voice creeping in.
I get it so often now. Actually, I think the girls taught me some accent there.
Well, the thing is, you spent all this time learning English, and you probably spoke it perfectly, and then you moved to Leeds. And there's you kind of head backwards a bit now.
Yeah, true. And actually, English at school was my worst subject. Like I think I had like a 5 out of 10 for English, and then I moved to Australia for 3 years, and now 3 years in England. So I think it's a mix of all of it, really.
You're doing pretty well. You're doing pretty well, trust me. Sounds a little bit short. Asking for trouble, and it blasts through the field. It gets a fingernail on it. Probably get 2 here. We don't see many 2s. This could be one of them. And that's good hard running, and they do hustle back. Pedrick gets back for a second, so they're up to 78 now. So, so you spent some time in Australia. Tell us where you went
I did.
what you did while you were there.
I finished school when I was 18. Then decided to go to Australia, play a season there. and that actually went really well. So then I signed a contract for the Queensland Fire, which is in Brisbane.
Of course.
Really enjoyed my time there as well. Then played in Melbourne the year after, and then COVID came.
Yeah.
So I had to go back to Europe.
This is going to be 4 through the covers. Nice shot. Sudazai has already shown he's really comfortable driving in that arc. Somashake just been a little bit short at times. This is one you can kind of predict the bounce there, still get a good stride in. And a beautiful shot, stroked away to the boundary.
Yeah, that was a class shot, actually. Really nice.
Into the over, 82 for 2. We've got some questions for you here from the chat, Sarah. Again, thanks so much for joining us. So, question firstly from Shrug, asking, how are you finding playing on a totally artificial field? Is that a bit unusual?
Yeah, it is actually. I was talking to the girls the other day. I think, I can't even remember when I played last on artificial, so it's very different, but I think it's another challenge, really, isn't it? I think something blew on the field there.
The wind just blew some equipment right in front of us.
No, it's definitely challenging.
Yeah.
Like I've not been used to play on artificial really before, but I think it's a good challenge. Like T10 as well. Like it's a bit of both really, but obviously it's different than grass wickets, isn't it?
I always liked changing formats, changing conditions. I just felt it kept it exciting, and it made me a better player across the board to be able to adjust to those things.
Yeah.
A lot of people, when they see this field in social media highlights and these kind of things, they actually think it looks like a video game. And when you see it, you can understand. This is a bit high. Don't know if it drops enough. And they're going to take it on with the run out. Ooh. And they'll get there. This has been called square leg, so. Yeah, I think the wind just throwing the bowlers for a bit of a loop. The wind can affect everyone a little bit as well, because you never quite know, even when you're batting, it can kind of throw you out. You don't know if the
and you can't really like pick up the grass and throw it in the air to see where the wind's coming from.
That's so true. Wait for this free hit coming up. Not bad, one low full toss. Can still be run out. They're going to hustle in for a single. So another question from Roma Campanelli Cricket Club saying, hi Sarah, how many teams take part in the Netherlands women's competition?
Ooh, I don't really play that much cricket in Holland.
Yeah.
I believe there may be like 6 to 8 club teams.
I thought there was 8, but
the competition in Holland isn't that big. I think it's growing. Like we try to let the girls pick up the sport. Really, we like to introduce in schools and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I think we're trying to get the girls more into cricket. But,
And we were talking to Iris Svilling the other night as well, and obviously she played, and she's not the only one, played a lot in the men's competition there and done very well. So
I've done that as well,
important.
actually. So I played till my 18th in Holland.
Yeah.
I started with the boys till the under 18s, and then I played men's cricket as well. I think that's really helped me developing my game.
Yeah.
The boys are a bit tougher and stuff like that. So I think, it's a really, really good thing to do.
Honestly, I think it is. I mean, whatever you can do to play more quality cricket, the better. And especially when in some countries, I mean, in Holland, the women's game's ahead of many other European countries. But yeah, I just think that we've got the infrastructure there. It's important to use it. Anyway, this is going to sneak away, and I feel like this will get to the boundary. It does. Wait for the signal. It might be leg by as it is. So Italy, just if you can't hit them, kick them. This one down leg side again. The line of let's just slightly been off there.
Handy runs.
And they'll need them. Looks like it's going to be 100 plus here coming up. But yeah, no, we're super happy to have you. And yeah, I'm so glad that everyone has made the trip from the hotel tonight. And
yes,
I know you guys have been disappointed last night. I also know you're pretty grounded. You realise it's part of the game. And I think we're going to see some pretty good cricket out of you tonight. You've got 2 games tonight, right? You're playing Gibraltar coming up in match 11. Then you'll play Sweden, who you're looking at here in the last match of the night.
Yeah, 100%. We're really excited playing Gibraltar first, I think it is.
Yeah.
So try, I think, with a bit of rain tomorrow, so I think the net run rate will be in place. So we try to get into the games pretty confident and try to make the most out of it for tomorrow, really.
For sure. So last ball of the over coming up, and it's pretty well stopped. So this will be the end of 7 overs. And the score is 92 for 2. Welcome into the commentary position. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Super happy to have the company of Stera Callis. Stera, congratulations so far.
Thank you.
Hope you're having a great time. It sounds like you are. And yeah, what does it mean to you guys to get this kind of exposure? We're really happy to have you on the network.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's been really good. I think everything has been fantastic. Organizations and stuff, we're really happy to be here, and we're trying to improve every game and try them girls to improve their games as well. I think that's really important too. So trying to close the gaps a bit more and make the most out of it for all teams, I think.
Yeah, and I think, good cricket is good cricket, and some of the close contests we've seen, especially that game last night, it was something really special. I know you're on the other side of it, but I mean, we still got
No,
potentially-
we've learned a lot from that game as well, and credit to the girls, they've been fantastic, and I think, well, that showed T10 as well. As I said, like one player can take the whole game away, and in there maybe a couple of players did, and credit to the girls, they've played really good.
Yeah, well, start of a new over, start of the 8th, and it starts in a wicket as Pedrick just flicks this one off the toes, and she's caught very well at square leg. Have a look at this on the replay. Just kind of inside half of the bat, and Surya Ravuri breaks through, so just doing what they can to try and peg things back, although it does feel like it might be a long way back. Just start trying to spot who took that catch. I think it might have been is either Vaja or Kayani, I think, who took the catch. But yeah, ultimately, like we said, game can change really quickly. And so Sweden trying to peg things back, and they do start with a wicket. And yeah, that catch was taken down there by Anya Vaja. Yeah, so yeah, Gibraltar tonight, I mean, they're in a very different place to you guys. Obviously, they're just kind of starting out their international journey.
Yeah.
But I've really liked seeing their improvement in certain areas, like the running between the wickets. And I just think it's a real good opportunity. I always say if you're going to get better, you've got to play better teams. And so I think even though they've having a bit of a rough week, if you look at the wins and losses column, but isn't it nice to see the women's game developing in a range of countries in Europe?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, exactly. I think that's what it's all about, isn't it? I think we love seeing them grow as a unit as well, and hopefully they can compete in more competitions after this.
Yeah, definitely. Ravuri, just a bit of a wily customer here. Normally gets the length right, kind of tries to draw the batter forward. Oh, well, look at this one. This has bounced twice, but I think the second bounce might have been after the crease. This is going to be a super interesting replay. See, here is the first bounce, and it just literally, look, and that's going to be out because that's gone one bounce before. Oh, it was a free hit because the ball before was a no ball, was it? All right, well, someone's paying attention, not me. Well, this would have been amazing because how that ball can bounce twice before the stumps, I don't know. But it was a free hit. So that's what I get for listening to you and not watching the game for a second. Anyway, Kieran would be happy because you didn't get bowled off a double bouncer. Anyway, it was a weird one. Next one's a single. Yeah, so tell us about, okay, let's get away from cricket for a second, okay?
Yeah.
Tell us somewhere you'd like to travel around the world that you haven't been yet.
Ooh, I love to go to Bahamas actually.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I love the vibey, beachy thingies there. I love they're like pigs on the beach and stuff you can swim with. I think that's definitely on my bucket
documentary
list.
Have you seen that?
No,
Fire
I haven't
Festival?
actually. No.
That.
Yeah, I should watch it by the sounds of it.
You gotta watch it. It's amazing. Fire Festival. Okay, Bahamas. That's a good one. That's a really good one.
I think it's a bit of a honeymoon destination, isn't it? So for me, still
well, you don't have
a while to go, but I think it's on my bucket list for sure.
You don't have to wait till you get married to go. You can scope it out first.
True, yeah.
You might meet someone there. You never know.
Yeah, you never know.
This one, it's close. I think it's just going down the leg side. It's good umpiring. All right, Bahamas. Very good.
What would be yours?
Another one heading down leg side here. Pick it up and throw. Could be close.
Oh, good dive.
They go the long way. Leg by. +1 or not? Well, we got a bit of hokey pokey. In and out, in and out. I think she just gets back. Mine normally, I haven't actually spent any time in New York.
Ooh,
I'd like to maybe go catch a
well.
baseball game in New York or something like that. Let's have a look at this. As she's coming back, she just sneaks in time. Yeah, so that is the end of the over as well. The score is 96 for 3 after 8. So Sweden doing well to peg things back, but still pretty imposing total first innings of the night. I've been to the airport, but I don't think that counts. I want to kind of get out there. I feel like it's one of those cities I've seen a lot of, but I've never actually been there.
I love to go to New York, like America in general, really. I think that's a pretty cool place.
Yeah. So how about some random questions for Stero while she's here? And Jeff saying, why not cold, wintry Northern Ireland? I've been to Northern Ireland as well. It's very nice. Anyway, this is cut away for a single. Yeah, not quite the Bahamas though, Jeff. Good selection. I haven't had someone pick that one before. And yeah, keep the questions coming. Here with Stero Callis, Dutch top order batter. Look, as a professional as well, it's great to have you in the competition. Slightly different perspective.
Shot.
Goes for this and gets it. Maximo! Regina goes large and lifts it over long on. And this has been the thing tonight. A little bit of length. And the Italian bats are swinging. As Champto goes the journey. 6-1. Brings up the 100 as well to Italy. Yeah, it's very strange. I've been doing this so long now that for me, any cricket over 10 overs seems a little bit long.
Long, yeah.
But that's just the way it is when you're in my line
So
of
5-day
work.
games is not a bit of you.
I like watching them. I do like watching them, but it's still a bit strange. I think for me, like tests or T10 is kind of where I'm at. Like everything in between is kind of it's compromising.
All right. Do you play yourself?
I have. Yeah, I haven't played in a while. I probably stopped playing seriously around about 10 years ago now. This one seems in a bit, and now down to Lundell. Yeah, actually, I played cricket at a reasonably high level for about 10 years, and then took a little bit of time away from the game. Actually played semi-professional baseball then, so one of the few people to play A-grade cricket and baseball in Australia. No, I say a few. There's been quite a few, but it's not very usual. This is another one, doesn't really get up. The old hit and run. Lundell has a ping and misses, and they're going to take on an overthrow. That's good aggressive running there, because we're into the last over and a half. And I always think it's interesting, the tactics that you have to learn towards the end of a T10. You have to be quite aggressive with the running, especially if you've got wickets in hand.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, so, and then I came back to cricket mainly through moving to Europe and getting involved in the media.
Yeah, nice.
Good timing.
Ooh, bold.
Yeah, good area there. So I think the key here, you want to kind of lure the batter forward, but you don't want it so full that it's full toss or half volley. So that's the key here, because with that kind of unpredictable bounce, if you go forward and it bounces maybe a bit more, a bit less than you think, you're not really in control of the shot. It's a good shot. And I got a sweeper out there, just the one. So yeah, I was a wicket keeper, and that's kind of my thing. So yeah, wicket keepers will, they hear a bit from me on the commentary. And I try to be quite useful, because I think wicket keeping coaching is something that there's not a lot of it going around. It's a bit different. You'll probably have a fielding coach, but not a lot of teams have professional wicket-keeping coaches. So we're kind of a secret fraternity, and we kind of share advice and perspectives. And a bit like goalkeeping in football, there's no one correct way. I think everyone has a slightly different style, and there's pros and cons.
100%.
Yeah, so I find it quite interesting. I grew up as a bowler though, so yeah, I've done a bit of everything.
Do you play a bit of golf as well?
I heard you're a great golfer.
Oh, who taught you that?
I tell you what, who was telling me last time? Might have been Tyrone. Said that you stick them pretty well. As we start 10th over, so seatbelts on everybody. Shukla is going to come back to bowl the 10th. I'm a genuine slicer though.
Right.
The longer the shot, the more, because as a cricketer, I like to get after it. But golf, little technical things in golf, if you're off, they're magnified many times, right? So eventually with my golf, I gave up and just started aiming like 45 degrees left of where I wanted it to go, and just letting the slice happen.
Yeah, okay.
But you enjoy golf? Any other sports that you're into?
Well, at the moment, I play a lot of golf, actually. Well, I'm a true weather golfer, really, so I don't really play in winter. I only play in summer. I love it, actually. Everywhere where you play cricket, you can play golf. Any other sports? Well, I used to play hockey when I was younger. Yeah. So I combined hockey with cricket for a very long time.
Hockey's big in Holland. I've played a bit of hockey as well. It's pretty useful.
It's one of the biggest sports. Hockey and football, really. But yeah, I used to play hockey. Combined both till pretty much my 17th. Then when I moved to Australia, the hockey season was in the cricket season there, so I had to stop. But I'd love to play it again. Really enjoy my time.
Hockey's changed as well a lot with the rules that keep making it faster and faster and faster.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
Just winding up this innings. Throw in any more random questions for Stera while she's here. A couple to come here. Just hit pretty well. Don't know if they'll be able to get back for two on the fumble though, so maybe it's worth it. Oh, I like this.
Good running.
That's good running. Oh, it's a pretty good effort. I think she gets home though, Kieran Deep Kaur. Nice to see her out there, youngster, part of the Kings 11 organisation. It's pretty good work to get it down onto the stumps, but I think she's just home. Well, it's hard to say actually, with no bails. I think probably getting the benefit of the doubt there from that angle. Probably 2 runs. So question, what format do you play the most in cricket?
I think the T20 game obviously is
Makes
growing
sense.
around the world, isn't it? All the franchise coming up, which is really exciting. Like the women's game is growing at the moment, which is very good. I think we.
Last ball coming up. Well, bad news for Kieran. She does get run out eventually, but anyway, the main thing is it's a dot ball, so Sweden will be chasing 113. Yeah, it makes sense. You'd be playing more T20
Yeah,
than
it's
anything
more
these
T20.
days.
I think, which is really exciting as well. Our fixtures in England, the 50 over fixtures got double up this year.
Yeah.
Which is really good to see as well.
And also 50 over, 40 over cricket's in a funny place now, isn't it? Because
yeah.
that used to be the fast and furious format. But, well, if you want fast and furious, look no further here as ECN was in Gibraltar, ECIW night 5, and Italy, they came out swinging. Watercolor Soria promoted from 11 to 1, smacked 30 off 10, and she was just whacking it in the power play. Proper cricket shots too, Stara.
Yeah.
And you know the importance of a good start, and Italy certainly had one here.
Yeah, definitely. It looks very good from the beginning, and I think the Sweden girls need to come out here from the very start, but will be exciting second innings.
Yeah, I mean, they have to go like for like, don't they? They can't sit in their hands. They need 11 and a half and over from the get-go. So I think we're going to see them playing some shots. I think they're looking forward to seeing Kanchan Rana out there. She's coming off a gold duck. She was run out last night. That was a pretty easy LBW decision, and so was that. So, yeah, Sweden, this is that little period where they fought back and they did get a couple of wickets and just kind of slowed things down through the middle overs, but sometimes I think the extras was their Achilles heel as well in kind of windy conditions. We saw quite a few sundries. We saw 19 sundries, including 9 wides and 5 no balls. As far as the batting, though, I've got to say the top 3 did the job for Italy. Pair of 30s there for Nania Kara and Watercolor Soria. So did I, batted well, 22, including 1 monstrous hit. Apart from that, Pedrick made an appearance and Kieran Kaur run out of the very last ball. So 113 looks like a pretty good score. But as you know, anything can happen in this form of the game, hey?
Very true. I think they can be very happy with this score, but I think they have to do everything right to be able to defend this.
No doubt about it. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. Chamto got a bit of tap early. She ended up going for 35. I think Shukla bowled pretty well as well, including a decent last over that only went for 5. 2 for 17, Reveri gets the figures, and the other wicket went to Kanchan Rana. Anyway, it's been great having you in the commentary box. I wish you all the best tonight in your 2 games. And, of course, tomorrow night, because I think there's a very good chance we'll see you in the final under lights. It'll be Saturday Night Cricket live on ECN. And so glad to have you a part of it, Stella.
Thank you very much for having me. I had a great time.
Well, we'll see you out there in the middle. But right now, it's half-time in match 10. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of this game. It's Sweden chasing 114th victory. Or will the Azuri train continue to roll through Friday night here at The Rock? Vinny Sandhu, we'll see you shortly for more ECN action here at the FanCode ECIW Gibraltar.
And a very warm welcome, everybody, back to the Europa Sports Complex here in Gibraltar. I'm Joe Wegasani, and we're here for the second innings of tonight's first match between Sweden and Italy. The Italians coming out with a flourish, managing to put on 113 over their 10 overs, but in the very beginning it was looking like they were on track for 150 plus. The Swedish team just managing to reel them back in a little bit. Some good tight bowling and fantastic efforts in the field. A big hello to everybody out there, wherever you're watching from, however you're watching, whether on FanCode in India or, of course, our YouTube channel, European Cricket Network. I'll say hello to some of the people out there. Rahul Sharma, Benedict Chambers, nice to see you. Stephen Waddle and Abhijit Viajan, watching from Kerala, one of the most beautiful places in the world, Kerala. Big hello to you, Abhijit. And it looks like everybody is just about ready to get going, and so it'll be really interesting to see how Sweden approach this task in front of them. It's going to be Signe Lundell and, of course, Kanchan Rana on strike to face the opening bowling from Eka Nayaka. Here we go. Let's play some cricket. A good first ball, a little bit too full and driven square of the wicket. There's a mix-up, and already Signe Lundell has thrown away her wicket, looking for the quick run. Well, we were talking about team cohesion before, and also how Sweden would go about approaching this. I felt like Signe was making the right call, even if it was going to be a run-out chance. She set off backing up straight away. The problem is there that the communication between her and her partner not quite in place, so a diamond duck for Signe. Unfortunately for her, has to make her way back to the shed, and that will mean it looks like Ritu Raheja coming out. No, excuse me, that is going to be, just trying to see, so they did cross over, and that is just waiting for everything to update to itself. Well, we'll get to that in a moment. Here's Nimesha coming in, and a good ball right on the stumps, going to ask question, and the umpire nods their head, gives the big finger of doom. Another wicket falls, 2 in a row for Italy, and the Swedes certainly on the back foot now. 2 wickets on the board without a run having been scored. Yeah, it's a good, well, seemed to be going fairly straight down the leg side, but then just tailed back, that wind going right to left. Really taking hold of the ball, and umpire Seb Maynard there adjudicating it to be hitting the leg stump, so devastating for the Swedes. And a big hello to you in the chat, Johnny G, John A. Gray, welcoming me back into the commentary box. Well, I really enjoyed, I've got to say, sitting on the outskirts and having a listen to some of the guest commentators we've had on. Wonderful to hear then from Stera Cullis, telling us about her cricketing journey and time here in Gibraltar. This really has been a landmark series. First international women's T10 tournament. And that is going to be a challenge now for Sweden. 2 quick wickets already on the board. So this one Fuller again, but outside off. And once more you see that late swing away from the right-hander. Well played back down the ground, but no run added. And we saw Italy really make the most of their initial power play overs. And Sweden here would have been looking to do the same, but currently reeling a little bit from those 2 early wickets. So a fuller ball and hit over the infield, all the way through the covers. 1 bounce over the rope, 4 runs. That's useful. That is what the Swedes wanted. This one from Nimesha Ekanayaka, just 2 full, outside off, and some good powerful hitting. So that'll blow the cobwebs out a little bit for the Swedes. Shukla's out there with Vaja. And Shukla, I think that was a good move, bringing her up to have an impact here at the top of the order. But then, well, that is the delivery that so often we've seen wickets falling, either bowled or LBW, putting it in that region, that line in front of the stumps. We know how low the ball can stay. We'll have a look at it on the replay here. How little that bounces. So lucky for Gunjan Shukla. That one just tailing away once more, this time with a straight bat into the covers. No run added. Yeah, Sweden certainly will need to bat well if they are to surmount this. So the first over's gone. 4 for 2 is the score. 2 wickets gone early in the over. Vinny Sandu back in the commentary box. What did you think of that action?
I think it is... Oh, well, I suppose if you can't make any runs, get out of the way quickly. Not the start Sweden wanted, though. 3 matches without a golden ball because we had one earlier today. First eliminator in Malta was a crazy one. It was the Blasters who lived up to their name and blasted the golden ball out of the ground. Dinesh Siddiqui knocking the defending champions, Marsa, out of the tournament. Marsa, a bit of a tournament to forget for them. But then we had the other 3 eliminators. So here we are with that golden ball counter reset to golden ball 0 earlier today. Yeah, Shukla, though, knew to finish the play there. Lundell just kind of got turned around, miscommunication. And then following up with the second wicket. Anyway, here's Mahamalagi to bowl the second over.
So this one full on the stumps, driven away square of the wicket, finds a little gap there between backward point and the sweeper coming around. They managed to run through for a single.
Yeah, Rana back-to-back ducks, so that's not ideal either. But look, Sweden, you just got to try and get something going here. And really, it's no good kind of playing to save face as yet. You need to try and get back up and see if you can build a partnership. You have to do it at pace.
Yeah, it's go hard or go home time. Well, not go home, but go back to the sheds. Is that one a big swing and a miss outside off?
No, you don't want to go home just yet.
No, not just yet.
I've got to say, though, I've been impressed with some of these players. The keeper for Italy, really liked her, Mathnara Ratnayaka. She's only 16 years of age.
Unbelievable.
Great hands.
Well, she's not going to use them on that occasion. It's been dragged up on the leg side. It's running away from the fielder. Should stop it, just overruns it. Gets tangled up in the rope and concedes 4 runs.
Yeah, Landagi kind of did all the hard work, but then used up all the energy getting there and just throws an air swing at it once, twice, step over, wrong side of the border. It ends up with all rope and no ball. Anyway, they need the help, don't they, Sweden, at the moment? Yeah, just go back to Ratnayaka. Very, very good keeper. And only 16, a lot to work with there. Also smacks the ball when she bats.
Yeah, this one driven beautifully through the line. Finds that gap again. The sweeper comes around, will collect it, but they manage to get another run. She's been absolutely fantastic. I think between her and Babette, the leader, we're looking at 2 stars of women's cricket with the gloves.
Yeah, and look, Ratnayaka also has over 100 runs in the series this week as well. So it's got multiple strings to her bow. Mahamalagi's been pretty good, though, with the ball. Just bending it right to left a little bit.
Yeah, on that occasion, taken off the pads. Down behind square, another single. I like this running between these Swedes. They are certainly going for everything. We saw that very first delivery with Signa Lundell getting run out.
Yeah.
But it was the intent was there. Something we've been talking about through the series.
Yeah, for sure. You can already see that the teams know a bit more what they need to do in this form of the game compared to Monday.
Once again, well, that one has been lifted up through the mid-wicket region, down to long on, all the way over the rope. That is another boundary, Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, no chance pulling this one back. Look, I've got to say, I really like Shukla. I think she plays with her heart on her sleeve no matter what she's doing. She's a triple threat. She's a very good bowler. She bowled a good last over in the first half. Excellent fielder. We already saw what she can do in the field this week. But you can see on the table, if Sweden lose this, then it kind of seems destined that they're going to finish in third.
Yeah.
Still going to be plenty of cricket. Netherlands will have to catch Italy then. They'll have to win twice and win well, make sure they keep the net run rate above, which imagine 2 wins would do. But yeah, plenty of cricket left tonight. And of course, finals coming up tomorrow. And this looks like Kamudu Pedrick, the captain, coming on to bowl over number 3.
Yeah, we've seen this a little bit from Pedrick, bringing herself on in this last power play over just to try to really ram the point home. They're on top here, Italy. Full outside off and driven down the ground. Pedrick gets one hand to it. There might be a run out as there's a bit of a languished run going to the keeper's end.
Yeah, you'll see this. Shukla, she gets away with it, but just have a look here. She watches the ball instead of watching her partner.
Yep.
So it's just a little bit of a technical thing there. I think when the striker hits it and runs, and you see they're doing that, you just need to concentrate on running.
It's trust, yeah.
Yeah, if it goes wrong, you can blame them always in the dressing room later. Next one's called a wide.
Yeah, well left on that occasion. Yeah, Shukla, well, she's a thinking cricketer and certainly will be looking at those little 1%ers. We have seen all the teams improving over the course of this tournament with those little elements.
He's really swinging the bat here, though.
Well, not on that occasion. It dabs it back down on the offside defensively. Takes a quick run, though. And we weren't seeing those singles a couple of nights ago, Vinny.
Yeah, that's true. You know, I think the backing up has been better from all teams. Regina, not a bad bit of fielding, but again, the running just too good. They go straight away. Yeah, so if Italy win this, they're going to finish with a 5-1 record.
Yeah.
And they only lost to Netherlands in the game. I think it was about 14 runs in. It wasn't too much in it at all. Maybe 24, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, super impressive. And this is impressive. Well, taken up. It wasn't that short, just off a length, but lifted over the infield, rolling over the rope, 4 more runs.
Yeah, good batting. Again, it's a little bit short. Judges it well. We know it's not an easy shot because sometimes these have been shooting through a bit lower.
Yep.
But yeah, power play batting at its best. Vaja gets her first boundary.
So trying to drag this back a little bit, the Swedes, after that pretty modest opening over, losing 2 wickets before a run.
Modest. It's probably an understatement.
It's a modest way of describing it. Well, she's gone bigger this time. Really big. It still hasn't come down. That's gone all the way over the rope. 6 big runs.
What a shot. Maximo time. Vaja goes 4 and 6 pick-up sticks. And this one was a sonic boom off the bat of Anya. And don't bother running for that. That one went miles. Into the wind as well. Still carried the boundary easily.
Yeah, that was a huge shot and lovely quick wrist action as well. Really getting through that shot with speed and alacrity.
That's what they needed.
And this time goes over the offside, and that's going to be another boundary. She's gone 3 in a row. And this is impressive hitting from Vaja.
Well, this is game-changing over, really. You see, they need to go about 11 and over, and this pretty much gets them back on the pace. Now, what did you say about that first over? It was a bit of a disaster, but it didn't waste balls. You know, if the wickets are going to fall, you'd rather somebody get a first baller and leave more balls for somebody else, particularly when you've still got top-order specialist bats at the crease. So Vaja and Shukla are trying to forge a path back into this game. It's been good over this one for Sweden.
And Pedrick tosses it up a little bit more and manages to get it through to the keeper. That's a dot ball to finish. After 3, the score is 32 for 2.
Yeah, so we're heading to the middle overs now. Those boundaries will be a little bit easier to protect. But yeah, we've seen quite attacking power plays. I think, once again, you're seeing the players take on the field a bit more in the first 3. We saw it from Italy. We saw it there from Sweden, even in spite of those early wickets. But yeah, growing, but they're going to need to keep going at this kind of pace if they're going to challenge this total. It's a lot of runs to chase down, but I think 2 set batters going, they can get 11 and over.
Yeah, they certainly can, especially with the kind of shots that we were seeing in that previous over. Let us know what you're thinking about it on the chat. If you're around, hit subscribe on the European Cricket Network
Please
YouTube
do.
channel.
Tell your family, tell your friends about ECN as Nani Akara comes in.
This one just doubling it outside the off stump, leaving it hanging, and the swinging bat misses it. Dot ball.
Yeah, Shukla trying to work one but misses. She'll be annoyed with that. I think she wants to get Vaja down there. Vaja's got the hot hand at the moment.
Yeah, I think Shukla could play that with a little bit more aggression. There's a fair gap if she gets it between point and that 45.
It's well bowled though by Nani Akara, who just says, all right, if you can't play it, I'll bowl you another one. Same result. So you're already 2 dot from this over. If they don't get 11 off and over, then that run rate's going to climb, and it's not going to be an easy situation getting that required run rate back under control.
Yeah, oh, well, that's good bowling again. Just leaving it hanging. There could be a run out as well. If direct hit has it.
Well, she's going to be run out here. I mean, they could have got Vaja at the keeper's end here, I think, but it's going to be a direct hit, I'm pretty sure. So that's just the pressure of Shukla. Couldn't get off strike, made up her mind she was going on contact here. This is an interesting one because, look, to be honest, the keeper there, Ratnayaka, could probably turn around and have a pop at Vaja that's closer. She says, no, I'm going to do a look-away throw, and I'm pretty sure this hits the stumps direct. You can see there, ball on stump, and Shukla was nowhere to be seen.
I think the throwing the bat away was a sure indicator as well.
I like the passion. But yeah, that's just Very, very good bowling. It's, you know, runouts don't go to the bowler, but you might as well give that one to the bowler because she built that pressure. He forced them to take that risky single and it ended up with a run out.
Yeah, absolutely. And just goes to show, Vinny, that it can all go your way in and over and be taken away the next in this format.
Bit of toss news talk in the chat. Toss news is that Gibraltar are going to be batting first after winning the toss, coming up the second game of the night against the Netherlands.
This great over continues, and that one played late.
Uh-oh.
But well stopped. There could be another run out here. Good throw back would have it.
Yeah.
As it is, just overcast.
Well, we've had 2 run outs so far. This could have been a third. You can see Butteren has come in, and it's an interesting one because it was behind the batter. So technically it's a non-striker's call, but Vidya said, no, thank you. I'm going to stay right here. She's got to be attacking, though, in spite of these wickets falling.
So 2-4 from Naniako. Should be a no ball. So it'll be a free hit for Sweden.
This is at the Q end of the bat. Have a look at this. This is one. Even though it's no ball, she would love to hit a boundary. And look, she's just too early.
Yeah,
There's
where
no
to
idea
go?
where it's gone. And what she will gets a free hit, and that's the right person on strike that you want facing.
And look, we have had these run-outs, Vinny, but I think these are just the teething problems of what we've been talking about. They are just running much harder. A few more risks being taken. Well, that one almost darting through. It was a free hit, so it wouldn't have been a risk. But a good piece of bowling.
So, yeah, this has been a brilliant over. Naniakara conceding nothing except that no ball.
Fuller this time again on the stumps, but well driven into the covers. They come through for the one, could come for the second, but the early call comes in, not going to chance the throw.
Into the over. So 34 for 3. Vidya will retain the strike. And Butteren is new to the crease, but yeah, you feel it's a lot on Vidya as the set batter to try and carry him through these middle overs. You can see that only 2 batters have scored in this innings and only 2 extras through the first 4 overs. We know that difficult conditions, that's a very good effort by the Italians.
Great effort by the Italians. And as far as Sweden go, well, they did give away those 9 extras in there. Was it 9 or no? I think it was a little bit more. It might have been about 11 or 12.
Yeah, in the first innings there were
sizable.
There were 9 wides and 5 no balls.
So there we go.
So 1.4 of those and over at the moment.
So it would have had them under 100 runs to chase as well, had they not given away those sundries. It's going to be Regina coming into the attack.
She doesn't multi many wides at all. But Q are wide. Now I've said that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
one way to guarantee it. It is a live action. Well, it's been pulled off the stumps. It wasn't that short, but really nicely timed. There is a fielder out there, so they'll only get the single.
Yeah, so speaking of the Italians, so I got to tell you a story. I'll try and make it brief as soon as that comes in.
No shot again, but just played with a straight bat. Square of the wicket. They run through for another one.
It's good early running. They both went at the same time, got there. So Shan Whitnagi from Italy asked me the other night if she could have a pair of my shoes. And I said, don't think so, because they're my shoes.
I think that's a standard, stock standard question from Italians, right?
Yeah.
Can I have a nice pair of shoes?
And I said, look, if you beat... this is how I remember it. I said, if you beat the Dutch... I think it said if you win the final, then you can have a pair of my shoes, right? They just heard if they beat the Netherlands, they can have a pair of my shoes, right?
Selective hearing. Oh, and Regina almost gets a wicket there as that one stays low.
Great keeping
Darts
again.
through, really well taken. Right,
Naka stays down so long, which is the way to do it. And she can still handle that kind of low bounce. So here's what happened last night, if you missed it. Italy beat the Netherlands hitting the last ball for 6.
So this one played with a straight bat. It was a well-placed shot as that ball was directed into the stumps.
Bartram, the hero, by the way, gets the game off for her trouble. Gets the night off. And they were straight onto me, the Italians. They were like pointing, threatening, pointing at shoes.
Yeah, when they won, as that one's been splayed away towards a long off, one bounce over the rope, a big 4. Vaja really trying to take this game by the scruff of the neck.
Nice shot. Really good shot. Doesn't try to overhit it. Hits it through the arc. And that'll be the end of the over. It's 40 for 3 after 5. Vaja moves into the 20s. Don't forget, a lot happening on the European Cricket Network. And you can see that tomorrow it's going to be finals day in Malta. It's been a day, well, about 4 weeks in the making, and the top 4 teams on the table have qualified for the semi-finals. Raw Strikers and Sweet United got a free pass through there because they finished in the top 2. Southern Crusaders and Gozo's Army had to work for it today, but they did win their eliminators. So it's a straight shootout there. The winners of the semi-finals go through, and the losers will play for bronze. So join Rico 4 right there, 8 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 1:30 p.m. in India.
Nana Yucca right now, continuing this way. One pulled it into the mid-wicket, 1 run taken.
So just to wrap it up.
Yeah, so what? Before you go, what I remember is they finished the match and there were tears and cheers and joy and glee.
Yeah.
And then they all started pointing at us. And I thought they were trying to, include us in their celebrations, but it was something else.
It was that they said, we want the shoes. There's a Seinfeld episode all about this, Botticelli's. Any Seinfeld fans out there?
So Nana Yucca, a good ball this time, but dragged away on the leg side. It beats the mid-wicket fielder. And they run through for
stay
1.
tuned to social media and see how that played out. Even though I'm still personally a bit filthy because I'm pretty sure I said if you beat the Dutch in the final, assuming that was the final matchup.
So do you think if they do beat the Dutch in the final, they'll ask for the whole suit?
There's an update.
Well, that one short, tries to pull it away.
That's exactly what they said. They said, if we win the final, do we get the whole suit? I said, what are you talking about?
I love the dealing and the wheeling as well.
And now, Prabath, their manager, he's coming to ECL with Roma CC. I'm worried that I have nothing to wear by the end of the week. If every time they win a game, I have to hand over an item of clothing. What is this, strip commentary?
Just don't give away the budgie smugglers, Vinny.
Oh, I should have given those.
As long as you don't want to give you any ideas. Nana Yucca to continue. 2 balls left in this and played into the covers. They're going to get set off for another quick single. As the point fielder comes in, and well, it could be extras here if they pay attention. It should have been. And on that occasion, Badarin had just overrun her first single. So just that one added to the total.
Yeah, just the one. He scrambled to back that one up, but managed in the end.
Yeah, so that equation getting a bit ridiculous now at the moment. So over 17 runs beyond the point of no return, unless you're Amelia Bartram. As that one low tries to paddle around. Well stopped, no run added.
Yeah. So I think you're seeing the fruits of those early wickets now.
Yeah.
And Vaidya trying her best, but that's the end of the 6th over. It's 43 for 3. And ordinarily, okay, they're going on about 71, 72 pace. On another night, if you can get something in the 70s, let's say, it's quite defendable if you bowl in your field well and maybe take a couple of early wickets of your own. But right here, Italy put the brakes on. Ekanaka, we won for 4, but there are also a couple of run-outs. And yeah, fielding is super important. Running between the wickets and fielding. I think it's magnified when you're just seeing kind of less boundaries pound for pound than we have seen in some other tournaments. That kind of magnifies those areas. Regina Sidazai coming back for her second over now in over number 7.
Coming around the wicket as well. Trying to get it right on those stumps, and this time just drifting away down the leg side. It's going to run across the rope for 4 byes.
Yeah, look, this is just a little thing I've noticed with Ratnayaka, who's only 16. She's a good keeper, but these are the kind of balls you don't want to be a spectator. You need to get that left foot a little bit further. Don't be afraid to get out from outside the off stump and cover the line of the ball. That's the one that the keeper often thinks it's going to hit the body, or it's going to hit the bat, or it's going to hit the wickets, but still, there's been a couple of those that have found a hole this week.
Yeah, here's another one that is hit straight back up in the air and well caught by Regina. Well, she picks up another wicket. No big surprises there. Leading wicket taker in the tournament so far. And Badarin has to go for 3 runs.
Yeah, and Regina won't get too many easier catches than this. Yeah, and it's just a flat bat attempt really from Badarin, but straight back to the bowler. So Italy continuing their good form. That's 4 wickets now, and it's 47 for 4.
So, Vinny, I think you're setting a pretty dangerous precedent wagering off your attire, your clothing. Because there are a whole lot of players who are tuning in who are going to be there in Malaga next week. Thinking, you know what?
no deal.
Extra motivation.
Stan Ahuja will not be happy because he does provide my suits, but he's not enough for me to make that many. For him to have to make me that many.
So Raheja now coming out to the crease. Here's Ritu Raheja. And they've got 3.5 overs here to, I think they want to set themselves a couple of targets, just trying to get to around 80, 90, really push it, set themselves you know, around 20 for the last over. They saw that it can be done. As that one takes the top edge and they run through a single as it goes behind square on the offside.
Yeah, so Regina Sidazai had an amazing start to the week, didn't she? Smacked the 20 odd in the first game that they played, and then also took a hat trick. First ever ECIW game, first ever ECIW hat trick.
Not her first though in her career.
She's had. Is that your first hat trick? You said, yeah, it's actually my 5th. Unbelievable, really.
She's now got 9 wickets for the series. This one outside off, and a big driving attempt, misses the ball through to the keepers. Well taken behind the stumps once again.
Just experimenting a bit with around the wicket tonight. Just trying to get the ball drifting across the right hander. It's bowled very well from over the wicket, but yeah, maybe just trying something here.
So once again, and she's bowled her through the legs and nutmegged. Vaja can't quite believe it. She looks at the bat and wonders, where were you when I needed you? That one sailing through, knocking over the woodwork, and Regina Sidazai picks up another wicket.
Well, the stumps might be shaking because it's windy, but stumps are shaking this week when Regina comes onto the bowl, because there's been a bit of shake, rattle and roll. Vaja wonders how that's missed everything, but it did. And so yet another wicket for Regina, who just continues to take poles here in this ECIW. She's got 2 for 7. And Sweden, they're on the brink at the moment. 48 for 5.
Yeah, nice to see that plan of hers coming to fruition as well, coming around the wicket, picking up a couple of wickets, doing that. I think last night she found the biggest challenge to her bowling thus far against the Dutch, and I think this is a bit of a response to it, coming around the wicket, trying different things, just giving herself more options.
That's weird, because you thought it's probably going to hit the pad, and I think probably pitched outside leg stump, so normally you can defend the stumps with your pads and your bat, so it shouldn't get through, but she found a little hole there. Some Shaker comes in to bat at number 7. Last ball for Sidazai.
Someone's there, gets one on the pads, and that was pitching outside leg. Shouldn't be given, isn't. They run through for a leg bye.
They sneak through. It's called leg bye. This is what I'm talking about. Similar ball to last, where because it bounces to the right of the stumps, it can't be LBW, even if it was coming back. Regina liked it.
She wants it.
I tell you what, 10 points for the appeal. But anyway, it's the end of 7, and the score is 49 for 5. Coming up next, we have the second of 3 matches tonight, Netherlands versus Gibraltar. Nice to see Heather Seegers back for the Dutch. Their captain has been battling a bit of an illness this week, but she's listed at 3. This is Sarah Callis, who was on commentary with me earlier. Listed her to open with Babette Deleda, who have the gloves. Gibraltar with an 0-5, and it's a big task for them, but good to see Yanira Blagg is back. I'm a big bragger.
Yeah.
And Elizabeth Ferrari will be leading them. I've got to say, I've been impressed with the improvement of Gibraltar, but it's going to be a stern test coming up in the second game of the night.
Certainly, they will be relying on their big 3, Ferrari and Valverde and Legea, who have really been improving game by game as well. I think they've got what it takes to perform at this level. That one short, outside off, goes fishing for it, just hangs it out to dry. To mix my metaphors, in the end, it's a dot ball.
Yeah, Kanakigi gets the ball here. Pretty good start for her. Jeez, I'm really impressed with the depth of this Italian squad as well. The fact that they haven't played Bartram, for example, tonight.
That work by Ivana Kulasuria with the bat. We haven't seen her all tournament. Comes out and does that.
That's true.
Short again, outside off. Goes looking for it, but that is called wide as it exceeded the terms of limitation. 1 more run to the total.
So Italy with this win, they'll nail down a spot in the final. And Netherlands, again, you'd imagine with a win over Gibraltar, if that goes according to script, then we'll have our clear top 2, bottom 2. But still, plenty of cricket to play here.
This one on the stumps and gets a little bit of contact with the bat. Goes running to the other end. The direct hit would have had her out. There should be a chance for a second here, but I think probably pretty smart by Rahija. She wants to strike.
You said a little bit of contact on the bat. There was quite a lot of contact on the bat. But anyway, Kanakigi, I don't mind that. You don't know if you don't ask. Yes, great to see these cricketers out here performing for their country. 50's up for Sweden as well. It's been hard going in this innings so far.
This one a little bit short, outside off, pulled away straight down the ground, and another single added.
There's a lot more of this hit and run, less hesitation,
Exactly.
I think.
Exactly.
You see.
And those runouts that we saw are the result of that. This is the process of making it part of the rhythm and
often
instinct of the game.
If you actually look at the runouts, it's when hesitation has crept in.
Yep.
Most of the time when they've gone straight away, there isn't an opportunity.
Yeah. pressure on the fielders as well in those situations. This one going in and tailing away. Unfortunate that Ratnayaka couldn't quite get the gloves to it. It was a good ball, beats the bat, but by taken.
That's done everything, that ball.
Yeah, it's great.
It's a really good delivery, and it's even beaten the keeper, Ratnayaka, but it was good work by the man fielder to come around and keep that from going to the boundary. Rahage has played some good shots in this series. Let's see if she can get something going here.
That was a good channel. That's the area that you want it in the latter stages of this format, putting it full and really wide outside off. Make the batter go fishing for it, and Rahija unable to get anything on it on that occasion. Another dot.
Quick hello to Animal again, and thanks for the heads up, Chris Schinkel in the chat. Nice to have you with us, as usual. Anyway, last ball. It's been pretty good over from Kanankigi, bending that ball right to left.
So once again, much the same result. A really good delivery. That's the end of the 8th. 53-5 is the score.
Yeah, so Sweden just been a little bit off the pace against the Italy and the Netherlands teams so far. They do have 2 wins over Gibraltar. It'll see them pretty set in 3rd place, I think, regardless of what happens later. But they will have a game against the Netherlands. I think it's a really important hit out for them as well, heading into that 3 versus 4. Because yeah, Gibraltar, you just think if their batting can click and just maybe they can get somebody going, maybe get a 15 or 20, get something on the board. Gibraltar, when they've bowled well, they've been very competitive. So looking forward to seeing exactly how it works out.
Yeah, the aim for Gibraltar will be the Sundries, keeping them down. I love this, Vinny, as we look out over past the ground. We've got people popped up on a wall just in their little complex having a look at the cricketing action.
Okay, so I have to actually give a shout out because maybe yesterday I said I fed some lemurs.
Yes.
As you do. I fed some lemurs in the Wildlife Conservation Park here in Gibraltar. Start of a new over.
So in that one, it should be a run out here as the non-striker, Rahija.
It's been given out here. Apologies, we have a slight issue. The wind has just caused a bit of a problem with the main camera. So that one's given out in the field, and probably lucky it is. And it will be a wicket to start the 9th over, 53 for 6. So what I was going to say was that the wonderful zookeeper, her name was Mel, and she grew up in, I think, somewhere in the Midlands in England. Anyway, she's here on an internship. She's studying wildlife and conservation. And when she asked what I was doing here, she said, "Oh, are you with the cricket?" And she lives in one of those apartments right there. And she said she's been watching it every night from, not the TV, from a window.
From a window, there we go.
She probably can't hear me, but hello, Mel. I did tell her if you like, you can actually stick it on the TV as well.
Well, Mel, if you are listening, open up your window and give us a wave.
We'll keep an eye on it anyway. But yeah, how about that? And those apartments will be pretty sought after, I imagine. The more cricket we play here in Gibraltar.
Yeah, well, looks like conservation is the area to go into there, Vinny. I wouldn't have expected that.
Again, apologies for the angle at the moment.
So that one taken away on the leg side and fielded there at square leg. They do run through for the 1. So we're just going to play around here. The wind wreaking a little bit of havoc on the cameras.
Yep.
Well,
As you can
it's
see.
It's not suddenly night time, don't worry.
I tell you what, I've been so lucky since I've been here because I know you got absolutely battered. This is a free hit.
Yeah, struck through the covers. It is going to be fielded there. Some nice work.
So I remember when you were here, you had some issues with obviously the wind blowing the internet away and just salt getting into the equipment and what else?
I feel like you're not going to believe what it was like because it's just been ideal since you got here. This one tried to take it off the pads.
At least
I
know
around the corner and they take a run.
I was here. We did some hard yards last year together, right, in Gibraltar. We were here a year ago.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm feeling blessed. I'm not taking it for granted, put it that way.
Yeah, it is. It's all about that wind when it comes from the west. It certainly changes. You've noticed it's been blue skies the last few days.
So it's Kirandeep caught, getting a bowl. And the thing, Kirandeep, there's not much of her anyway, so because we're having to look at her from the zoomed out camera, she probably looks like she's about 3 pixels high. But Kirandeep's is a wonderful young lady. I met her as she's part of the Kings 11 organisation with her dad, Jaipal Singh, played a lot of cricket. Kings 11, really exciting team to watch in Italy. We've seen them in the Super Series a couple of years ago, and of course in the ECS this year.
So on a little bit short outside off, missed by the bat, missed by the keeper, goes behind the stumps, and the run out, unfortunately, not for Italy, not affected.
Yeah, they're going to have a look at this actually. So let's have a look. It's Staylander
Yeah,
who's coming out. I think she's all right.
gets home.
Yep, just in time.
Good
Good
grounding of the
backslide.
bat.
Yep. Well done, Elsa. That's the basics I'm talking about. Got to get them right, and that saves her on that occasion. Yeah, so basics like backing up, having the bat in the correct hand when you're batting, backing up, sliding the bat. It seems really good diving for the crease. There's a technique to that as well. And that's not in the old-fashioned coaching manual, but the good players these days, they know how to dive. We actually did some semi-scientific tests on it. We found it gave you about an extra metre if you could dive
Good
well.
dive?
Yeah, a
There
good
you go.
diver gets about an extra metre. Think about a metre in close run-outs.
And this one, driven Fuller, driven, no run at it as the big hand goes up.
Again, apologies if you just joined us. Just having some problems with the main camera. And I think it might be to do with the fact that there's so much wind around. Anyway, it's the end of the over. It's 59 for 6 after 9.
Yeah, we can see Arthur, the cameraman, up there on the scaffold with
Yeah,
his little screwdriver, trying to get everything.
He's got to be on danger money up there.
Yeah, we
As well.
keep checking in on him, and he keeps giving us the thumbs up.
Yeah.
He's okay.
I think, was it thumbs up or putting a hand up? Like, you know, when someone's drowning and they're calling for help?
Yeah,
Anyway.
SOS.
Here we go with over number 10. Pretty good over from Kieran Deep. She only concedes 4. And so, yeah, Sweden just not able to keep the pace. Here we go with the 10th over.
Yeah, this one's going to be a no ball. Just managing to get it off the correct side of the pitch. Shrug in the chat, Vinny. He's a little
Yeah.
bit worried about your wardrobe.
Yeah.
That reminds us a couple of things. Well, have you got an update on the robots?
I've already decided I'm not going to go through the hellscape of trying to log in
So,
anymore.
I didn't get the run sheet today.
In 2 days, I'm going to go to Sunset.
Fuller on the stumps, going down leg side. Tries to, well, Ratnayaka, pretty good job. I'm not sure that's going up to the third umpire, but she picked it up. The run was coming through.
I reckon this could be close, you know.
She seems confident.
Brilliant keeping. Just a little back flick.
Oh, really smart. It's going to be difficult with the obstruction of her on the ground, unable to see. Let's see, this really slowly picks it up like a flash. It is home.
Just in.
Wonderful work,
Elsa,
though.
well done. That's twice
Yeah,
that she slid in.
very good bat work at the
Umpire,
crease.
perfect position there. Now, I've already decided the updates you'll now get will all be manual. So I'll get to the hotel in 2 days and I'll say, have 2 robot costumes arrived? They'll say yes or no, and that's your update.
Well, like
and
with-
there'll be one day where I say yes and everyone can have a party.
This one driven, but not very far as it digs into the pitch. That should be the end of the over, is it? Well, what I'm expecting, in line with what Shrug's saying, Vinny, is that we're going to get halfway through the ECL. You would have wagered off all your clothes,
I'm not.
and you'll be running around in the robot
Here's
costume.
the thing. What's in it for me? Like, I lost my shoes, but
It's
you can't have a bet that's one-sided, right?
Pride of life. well splayed into the covers. There is a fielder, so it stopped. But that was a good strike by Taylanda.
Tell you what, Amelia Bartram better watch her back. All right, just saying. Anyway, had a good interview with her as well. And yeah, right now watching the Dutch team warming up. And they look like they mean business.
Bit of frisbee, they certainly do.
They'll need to win both games tonight to get top spot back. And also with rain around potentially tomorrow, that could be important as well.
So here we are. Great work, Arthur, up there on the scaffold. Give us your heart signal to let us know you're okay as he gets that camera back up and running.
So we're up to now 63.
There
So
he is.
there we go.
Beautiful. He loves his cricket.
Good looking hands. Could be a hand model. Hello to Conrad as well, who's in the chat. Watching from Portugal.
Yeah, Vinny in a robot suit playing piano in his budgie smugglers underneath. That's what we're going to find at Kartama, no doubt.
No, can't wait for things to go back to normal and I can just commentate cricket without being at risk of losing clothing.
Should be one delivery left then in this match.
Tell you what, I've always wanted one of those Italian shirts though.
I mean, you could be. See, that should be the wager. There we go.
They already said they get one of my jackets if they win the final.
Yeah, and if they don't win, you get a shirt.
I get my pick of them.
Okay.
Love that blue. Last ball coming up of this game.
Full outside off, good channel and driven, but to no great effect.
Well,
they are going to get a run. There's a little bit of dawdling there in the field. A direct hit would have had her out. Regina, though,
Regina.
throwing everything on the line. Well, we see this so often from this young, amazing cricketer because she puts absolutely everything onto it.
I tell you what.
I think it's peals of laughter rather than pain.
Well, they're great at cricket, but I'm not super sure about the on-the-job physio work there. I reckon this just literally clonks her in the knee. Bang. And, yeah, it hurts. and then, I don't know if we've got a replay of the first aid. But, yeah, then she almost had her leg snapped off by someone that came in trying to stretch her hamstring. Anyway, look, good to see them get a run off the last ball. But Italy, too good in this one, 113 to 65. I look at that contest, and really Italy made a strong statement in the first 3 overs. I think Watercooler Soria was super important in there. Potentially player of the match, 30 off 10, really set the tone. And Sweden, well, they had the opposite start, didn't they? They lost 2 wickets without a run being on the board. And ultimately, they wouldn't be able to manage to get anywhere near. This is coming up next. Netherlands, Gibraltar. Gibraltar batting first after winning the toss in match 11. Netherlands, welcome back their captain, Heather Seegers. Let's roll the highlights. And it is going to be Italy in the final. And let's have a look at exactly how things started. And like I said, they did lose the 2 wickets early. But, you know, they tried to make the most of the middle overs. But, yeah, ultimately, you know, when the run rate starts 11.5 and over required, then, you know, it's going to be a long way back. Italy did their best to try and help out with a bit of a botched boundary stop then. But, yeah, although I like the 3 and 4 here, Vaidya and Shukla, but it was as a tall order. They just couldn't quite keep on the pace.
Yeah, Italy were always going to be on the front foot here with that impressive total that they put on the board. At the end of the day, Sweden unable to quite get the run rate up to what was required. There was some good bowling by the Italians. And what I really liked about this performance from Italy is that they weren't relying on their superstars, although Regina, probably the biggest superstar at the moment, she did manage to take her obligatory 2 wickets, but with the bat, like you said, some really impressive performances, not by the usual suspects, so showing some great depth there, the Italians.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Pair of ducks at the top. Lindell going without facing a ball. That hurt, didn't it? Rana, second consecutive duck for her. She'll want some runs tonight against the Dutch. Vaidya and Shukla tried hard, 24 and 14 respectively, but really they were the exceptions in an innings that could never really get going. They scored 65. Sudazai once again best of the bowlers, 2 for 7, but a lot of good performance. Nana Yakara I thought was brilliant, only conceding 5. Akadaka with 1 wicket. Also, shout out to the fielding. They really did well finishing some of those dismissals. And Sweden found Italy a bit of a bogey team once again, Joe.
Yeah, they are going to prove a difficult prospect for the Dutch. They've already knocked them off once, and now that we know what our top 2 teams are going to be, well, the Italians, they're making a charge for this tournament cup, Vinny.
And Watercooler Soria getting player of the match and wiping back a few tears in front of us. Oh, I love these stories at the moment.
Beautiful.
We've got about 20 minutes. We'll be back. And I tell you what, the Oranje, they're back and they mean business. Gibraltar in the crosshairs. Join us then. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Joe Wigasani. Back shortly with more FanCode. ECIW, Gibraltar.
Hello and welcome back to Gibraltar as we get ready for the second match of the night. Well, this is always going to be a bit of a David versus Goliath, but we know in ECN cricket anything can happen, and it's going to be the Netherlands versus Gibraltar in match 11. It's the last chance to see Gibraltar before tomorrow night, where they will take part in the bronze final. But for the Netherlands, they'll want to go out and they'll want to certainly make a good impression after that last ball drama last night. Let's see what happens at the toss. Tyrone Peters has the two captains out in the middle.
Welcome to the toss for the second match of the day between the Netherlands and Gibraltar. Gibraltar to call. There's your heads, there's your tails. Tails is the call. It is a tail.
So Lizzie Ferrari, well, she might have had too much luck on the field, but off the field she's been great with the tosses. She's won the toss. Elected to bat, don't mind that from Gibraltar, trying to make the running. I think we saw their running between the wickets much improved, but I think they just struggled to hit the ball often enough last night. That's why we saw them kind of bundled out for 32. So I'd like to see someone get going for them. I think Lizzie Ferrari does look like a player that can make a score. Also think she's been great with the ball. Valverde's been swinging it around a lot. Again, in these conditions, I think extras are going to be super important. Need to get those under control. The Dutch, well, I think they'll be in a bit of a no mercy mood tonight because they need to win both games well to take top spot back. So let's see what happens as we get ready for the start of match 11. Joe Wagasani will take you to the first ball. It's Gibraltar batting first.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo out there in the middle of the Europa Sports Complex as we get ready for the action in tonight's second match. I'm Joe Wagasani, Joe Wegs they call me, and certainly we are up for, I think Vinny described it as a David and Goliath battle. But the Netherlands, I'll tell you what, after that last ball lost last night to Italy, they will be welcoming Heather Seegers back into the lineup with glee for a little bit of leadership. There is something about this Netherlandish team tonight. They've got a glint and a gleam in the eye. You can tell that loss really hurt them last night, and they'll be looking to come back and make amends. As for Gibraltar, well, we can have a look at the expected scores there. You can see predictions lie in favour of the Dutch, with 119 expected from them, 48 from Gibraltar. Gibraltar will be batting first. Lizzie Ferrari having won the toss and chosen to go out there and try to put a score on that will at least pressure the Dutch. So you can see Van Vliet, Jolien Van Vliet has taken the gloves for tonight's play, meaning Babette de Leder has relinquished them for tonight. They're going to be bowling to Christine McNally, who is at the non-striker's end. And just getting confirmation that it is going to be Noel Legea who's got the duties with the bat at the striker's end. Very happy man as well. He'll be coming back in the box because, well, Vinnie Maximo, he's a Yanira Bragger, and she's back in the lineup. We'll see how she goes later on. Here's the first ball. So here's Zvilling, just unable to get that one at the correct line, dragging it down the leg side. It's a wide to start proceedings here. So certainly the Netherlandish, I keep saying Netherlandish because I like to mix it up with the Dutch, but the Dutch team, I really want to make their mark early in this innings. Legea gets one again down the pads. I think there's been a nick. The umpire remains unmoved. So must have flicked a bit of the pad as it went down. No wide is signalled. So let us know in the chat what you think's going to happen tonight. Big hello to everybody out there. Steve McVeigh, Chris Schinkel, Hele Goede Avond. And then, of course, Jeff Maguire. And so that one, well, a great line and length from Zvilling. That is a difficult ball to play. And on that occasion, Legea just remaining stuck on the crease, waving the bat at it, sails past the wood and into the keeper's gloves. No run added. You might be able to hear there that the wind has picked up, indeed, as forecast by Mr. Maximo out there in the middle. Got a strong westerly blowing from the right to the left of screen. And that one tailing back in this time. And of caught a bit of the seam, really cut back into Legea, who plays it defensively with a straight bat. Well played in the end. Just soft hands. It's going to be up to Gibraltar to find a way to make the runs necessary to put a little bit of scoreboard pressure on the Dutch team. Andy Reyes has joined us in the chat as that one goes down the leg side, called as such by Sunil Shandirama, the officiating umpire there. Big hello to you, Andy. Saying, come on, Jib. Indeed, there is some great local support here. It's not only the friends and family of these players, but other Gibraltarians come down to this wonderful multi-sporting complex to watch all the action, watch their women's team in action. And this one, again, a shorter ball from Zvilling and tailing away from the right-hander. Swing and a miss, no run. Thank you, Andy, in the chat. I am very well. I've loved my time here in Gibraltar and over the border as well in Livonia. It's been such a welcoming place, beautiful place as well. Happy that the weather has come good these last few days. A full one on the stumps and defended away by Legea. Unable to get anything of substance so as to make a run, but doing really well to keep these good deliveries out. So what we'd be looking for here from Gibraltar is a little bit of, I don't want to say careless batting, but carefree batting perhaps. Knowing that they can face this pace, and this one will jumps up a bit, tailing down leg, no run added. And that is the end of the over. 2 runs off it. The score being 2 for none. So we'll have a look at the stats gun now at the moment, and you can see there, for Gibraltar, Legea has been the key performer with ample help by Ferrari and Valverde. We heard from Louis the Bruce last night. What an important trio they are for this Gibraltarian team. As for the Netherlands, well, Carolina de Lange has been sensational with the ball, and usually we'll see her in the 3rd over, which has been a really interesting move by the Dutch to bring in a spinner so early in the power play, but we're not there yet. We're only in the 2nd. The score's 2 for none. As just seeing who this is. So this is Annemaine Thompson, who took an amazing 3 wickets in their first outings in this tournament. Really took a hold of the game with the ball. So good confidence by the Netherlands to bring on a spinner again so early on, 2nd over here. So a lot of flight outside off and played really nicely, square the wicket, straight to the fielder. Could be a run out, but a great dive. A great dive by Legea. I think she's home. Well, that is well played by McNally. And good running, it'll slow up here. We'll just see the throw a little bit wide of the stumps, and a wonderful dive by Legea. She's made that home with some to spare by a bat length. So that is already something that indicates some significant improvements by Gibraltar. We weren't seeing that in previous matches, but some good backing up by Legea ensures she gets home safely. You just don't want to get overawed by the Dutch team. We know that they're probably the tournament favourites, although they do need to win both their matches tonight if they are to retake that spot in which they've been living for the last 4 days. That one just sailing past the bat, no run added. So let's just have a look at McNally's backing up here. We can see she is really making the ground, getting ready to take the run. So you can see that that is something that's obviously gone through the Gibraltar ranks. Some work on really being attentive at the non-striker's end, ensuring that you give yourself the best chance for completing a quick single. This one Fuller on the stumps, wants to hit it, doesn't, goes through the legs, knocks off the invisible bails, and that is the first wicket falling for the Netherlands. Gibraltar women now 4 for 1, just halfway into the 2nd over. Yeah, really well pitched, and what was surprising about that, it didn't stay as low as what we've seen. I feel if that had been slightly back of a length, it would have stayed really low. We've seen that so often on this pitch. On that occasion, It did kick up, but not enough to avoid the stumps. Through the legs, onto the woodwork. And that leaves Elizabeth Ferrari to wander onto the pitch. She'll be joining Christine McNally out there. So good to see Van Vliet as well, given the job with the gloves behind the stumps. It's something we've seen a bit with all the teams, just mixing up their configurations, giving different players different roles in different games, just broadening the experience for everyone involved. And Thompson already with another wicket. She has been fantastic so far, although we haven't seen her for a couple of matches. 4 in the series as yet, with that one that she just took, as that one's taken from outside off onto the leg side. No run added. Yeah, she took that 3 for 11 in their very first match, only having played the 2 matches, Thompson, but already with that one now, showing that she is certainly a weapon for the Dutch. Bit of an attempted, I think it was an attempted straighter one there, hit straight to mid-on, and with a direct hit, Iris Zvilling, no, that is Eva Lynch, picked it up, and quick as you like with the underarm throw. Let's have a look at the replay here. I think it was probably not a run to be taken, but you can see that Gibraltar are really intent on taking those quick singles. It was going to take a sensational piece of fielding, and a sensational piece of fielding is what occurred with Eva Lynch managing to hit just the one stick to get rid of Ferrari. So she has to wander back. It hasn't been the most joyful batting experience for Ferrari, but certainly she has looked like she's got what it takes out there, but just unfortunately falling foul of a few running mistakes. So that leaves us with 1 delivery left in the second over, and the score is 4 for 2. And they did cross over, so it's McNally on strike. Fuller one on the stumps, wants to hit it, but plays across the line, and it does stay low on this occasion. Straight through. Thompson has another one. Well, this is unfortunately a story much told. You can see it's cold out there as the Dutch want to get their hands into their pockets, but what's not cold is Thompson's bowling. And she gets that one right on middle and leg, going straight through, and McNally playing all over it. It is looking slightly perilous here for Gibraltar. The new batter will be Helen Mumford. Coming out, of course, wife of Steve, who's one of our local umpires. And we can have a look at there. Well, the number 1 Bragger. There he is. And that is about as happy and joyful as you will see Miss Maximo when he's not sitting in the commentary box. Big fan, and good to see he knows where to find a printer. Sure, I know Vinny's good work on PowerPoint, and that looked like a Vinny Sandu special. And it's going to be Amy Valverde on strike. Hasn't faced a delivery yet. It's Carolina De Lange. Started the third over. The score is 4 for 3. And that starts with a dot ball. De Lange really causes problems for many batters, just with the pitch of that delivery. Really tempting the drive, but a bit too full for it as well. So Valverde really wants to get the feet moving here. Come forward to that. She does on this occasion, but doesn't get that much power into the hit. No run added. So once again, a beautiful delivery from De Lange, just outside off. Bit fuller on this occasion, but turning it away from the right-hander. It's getting quite some nice drift as well. The wind is moving right to left. Managing to get that really in, and well taken off the pads there by Valverde. She goes through quickly for the single. The return throw a little bit wide. So Mumford managing to make it home well. And here's 1 run to Amy Valverde. Have a look here, but I'm pretty sure she got home in time. Yeah, good grounding of the bat there. So already some little things we're seeing from the Gibraltar players that are drastically improved upon their initial performances in this tournament. Just a little 1%ers. That's what it's all about. All the teams in this tournament at different stages of their development, and this is how development occurs. As DeLange gets another beauty in, turning away from the bat. She can't believe it's missed. It's turned that much. As the third over comes to a close. 5-3 is the score. Let's see there that Mumford managing not to depart the creased area. As we have a look at the standings so far in the Netherlands, they will be reeling from that loss last night. Even though if they do win both matches tonight, they will presumably retake top spot. As we get to the start of the fourth over, and coming into the commentary box, of course, is Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sando.
Thanks, nice to be here. Gotta say, I was very touched. That's M, one of Yanira's teammates from the domestic team, that made that sign for me. Close-ish, I think might just be missing as Anna Thompson comes back. Why not? It's bowled really well. Nice to see her out there again.
Well, big hello to M as well. Hope that you are tuning and loved your work there.
She bowls a lot of wrong-uns, Thompson. That's why she's a handful. So it looks like they're going to be leg spinners to the untrained eye. They'll come back at you.
Yeah,
Like this.
Stumps.
And that goes straight through middle and off. And so Valverde, well, it's not an easy one to play. And it's just very, very clever, very accurate bowling from Anna Thompson, who has the third wicket now. And that's 4 down. It's 5 for 4. Good score for a penalty shootout. But not a great score for a power play. And yeah, just have a look at the back of the hand. That's a stock ball more than anything. And she's pretty happy. That one crashes into the stumps, 5 for 4.
I'm really surprised they haven't used her more in this series as yet. We've only seen that one
I think she
innings.
might have been one of the laid low 4 or
There
5
we
or
go.
6 or 8, however many it was that was stuck down with the
Been hard to
with
keep
the
track,
illness.
hasn't it?
But no, for sure, she's a good player. You can tell. Anyway, this looks like Neve Robeson, who's coming out at number 6. So yeah, thank you, Em. I love that she made a sign. So I thought I'd go and say hello to Yanira. And maybe she thinks I made the sign. I don't have that many skills to be able to pull off a sign like that. But it's great to have so many people tuning in. A lot of people from around Gibraltar tuning in. Obviously, big Dutch audience tonight as well. But you know, Gibraltar can be really proud of their efforts in this series. But it's the ultimate David versus Goliath. Babette comes into slip now. And there's another wrong one. And so, yeah, delayed a late decision to ditch the gloves and give them to Jolene Van Vliet. Not sure if they'll stick with that for the rest of the night. Yeah, she's a very, very close slip. This one gets away, and probably would have been a wide if Robeson could have gotten inside of it.
Yeah, it's about the situation where you might expect to see a slip in T10 and the score's on 5 for 4.
The slip's almost in front of the bat. I've never seen one that close, but I suppose they're thinking if there's an edge, it'll probably just pop up.
That one certainly popped up. Well taken behind the stumps as well. Good work there by Jolene Van Vliet.
Yeah, Jeff asking, do I think Jib should have bowled first? Maybe get some more experience against top opposition? Well, that's one way you could have done it. I think this is off the pad. Might have been a tiny little bottom edge on it, but delayed her. No signs of discomfort there. She dives for that one. It'll be the end of the over. And a very good over, that one from Thompson. And she'll finish with figures of 3 for 2. And after 4 overs, the score is 5 for 4. And that was a wicket maiden for Thompson. A very good spell of bowling from her.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful work once again with the ball. And have a look at that batting scorecard. It tells a sorry tale for Gibraltar.
You know who loves that? The robot. 010100. Robot saying, now you're talking my language. Anyway, nice to see Mumford back. Faces up to Langer, and they'll get a run here. That's well played, and well done, Helen. Gets a run. Again, not easy. Langer's another one of these wrist spinners. Doesn't get a lot of sideways, but a lot of balls hurry on, and I think a lot of it's in the drop that she gets with the top spin she puts on the ball.
Well, a lot of that's in where the head goes when she delivers it. That head stays very low.
Yeah, she's got that. Yeah, not quite full frog in the blender, but You know, like I think I said earlier in the week, a frog which is beaten with a stiff spatula, maybe.
Better than a, well, I won't go into that. Here's the Langer now.
In the air, this will just curve away. As Van Boker. Well, good to see her back on her feet, even though she doesn't stay on her feet there. And
wonderful pronunciation.
That'll be a run. Yeah, definitely my Dutch pronunciation is improving as the week goes on. My Swedish still getting there. At least when I see Dutch, I have a fair idea what the sounds should sound like, even if I can't make them. Swedish, they're doing all kinds of things with their vowels. That's quite foreign to me. But yeah, anyway, the Langer wants to get in the wickets column here, I think. She's bowled 6 dots and conceded 3 singles in her 9 balls so far.
This one, it's taken away from outside off. They run through for a single again. Well, the Dutch women are roaming around in that mid-on region, and much the same as the previous run out, it was just an underarm, aiming at one stick, and she managed to hit directly.
Yeah, one stump to hit, and Lynch is an absolute dead-eye dick, isn't she? And bang, into the target. So you got a feel for Mumford. She took it on. It's only a perfect bit of fielding that's probably going to get her. But Netherlands, they're on a mission tonight. I think, they need to just put the opposition out of their head here, Netherlands. They need to play good cricket, get back to basics. And there's a bit of fielding drill about that. There's getting the ball, clean pick up and throw, hitting the stumps. That's exactly what they do now. Gibraltar reeling at 7 for 5.
Yeah, you really feel that whichever team they were going to come up against tonight would have been up against it. They have something about them, the Netherlands tonight, an intent. I mean, as evidenced by the position of a slip.
Here's Becksworth.
I think Babette might be missing the gloves.
Oh, this one was a swing and a miss. Worth at the other end, of course, because they did cross in that run out. I'll say hello to Nirav. I'll say hello to Andy, who's watching from Gibraltar. Pierce Fletcher as well, watching. That one's hit back to the bowl. It's the end of the 5th over, 7 for 5 after 5. Good effort from De Lange, but she goes wicketless here in match 11, but still, I think she'll be happy with how they're coming out. Just a reminder, we are getting closer and closer to the European Cricket League. I know Pierce Fletcher, former VOC Rotterdam winning player, he's got his medal, and they're amazing medals that the winning team gets in the ECL. And let's have a look at some of the groups. I'm going to pick one at random. Let's go Group F, because Conrad Greenshields was in the chat before from Oeiras, the Portuguese team. And they're in there with Istanbul from Turkey, as well as Ariana Keefe from Sweden. Punjab Lions, they did really well last year from Cyprus, and CIYMS making their first appearance, although they should have been in one of the coronated off ECLs. And so nice to see that they'll get the opportunity, along with Forfisher from Scotland, who qualified before, but were in a year that unfortunately had to be cancelled. So stay tuned, plenty coming your way. And nice to see that Pierce said the Netherlands under-19s in Cape Town are watching on right now. So warm welcome to you guys. Cape Town's a beautiful place. Goes after this and we'll get a run. That's good batting. And Becksworth is going to get on the score sheet. There's Van Boker getting a bowl here. She was laid low with the mystery illness that kind of threw the Netherlands into disarray in the middle of the week. But you can see they've got a full squad on the park tonight. Good shot as well. They'll get another one. Landier does the fielding.
I've really liked the work of Becksworth since she came in last night. It's
Yeah.
just another one that shows a lot of potential out there with the bat and the ball.
Yeah, had a great chat with Amy Valverde just before this game started. That'll go on the social media. She said, you've got to realise also there's limited experience, but also even the ones that had a bit of cricket experience. Oh, this one really doesn't get up. There was about 5-year period or so where they were redoing this facility where cricket was on hiatus here.
Yep. Yeah, I think it was about 7 years.
Yeah, maybe more.
Yeah.
And yeah, well, I mean, obviously the results are great. This is an awesome facility now.
Yeah, there's still a lot of work to go for the Gibraltar women, but the foundations are there.
Oh, that's
Have a
close.
look.
Oh, might get away with that one. It's a bit slow to get back though.
Back to live action now.
Yeah, so even someone like Amy Valverde, who said she started playing at 14, and she's got a lot more cricket experience. But yeah, it just definitely throws you, and you haven't played for that long. So it's going to be a challenge for them. We know that, but they're certainly enjoying the team spirit in the team to make the most of the positive moments. And now Well, another opportunity.
Oh,
And they've
she's
hit the
done it.
stumps again. That's
Wow.
3 times the
Oh,
charm.
wow, Eva Lynch.
Eva Lynch, well, there's a hat trick in the field. You don't see that very often. She has got laser focused in the field tonight. Eva, this time overarm, and unfortunately it's going to be another run out. Dutch setting the standard in the field. That makes it 10 for 6.
Yeah, no chance there. Well, the call, the good backing up came in, but she went a little bit too far, and just precision throwing from Eva Lynch there, fielding in on the leg side. Wonderful work.
Got a feel for Becksworth. Actually looked okay with the bat while she was out there, but she becomes the 6th wicket, and that's a wicket and over at the moment, 10 for 6. And that's the thing. You knew Netherlands, they were going to bring their ruthless streak tonight.
Yep.
With 2 wins here, I think with their superior net run rate, they'll take top spot back and they'll feel like that's where they should be. But last night, it's amazing how 5 minutes of madness can change everything, and they really had the gauntlet thrown down to them by Italy. It does look overwhelmingly likely that we'll see those 2 teams going in the final tomorrow night. But yeah, right now, Netherlands, they're building and they're taking nothing for granted at the moment. I'm saying hello to Rico Fool, who's watching from Malta. Saying hi, Vinny Joe and all. Loving the action from the Rock. Netherlands are like lightning in the field. And yeah, you're not wrong there. They've been right on target, haven't they?
They certainly have, and all that work that's been put in over the years coming to bear at the moment. It's a lot of experience out there. And like we've mentioned, a ruthless streak about the Lowlanders tonight.
Neararm's watching from the Netherlands, judging by the Dutch in the chat. Great to see a few different languages spoken in the chat, always.
And there have Kulkami, yeah. Goedenavond. Welcome.
Oh, what a ball by Landier. It nips back and it absolutely castles Sally Barton first ball. Well, it's no disgrace getting out to this. Watch this bite back off the wicket. Landier says, what about me? I want to get on the action. And that makes it 10 for 7. Just watch this come back.
This is a great delivery, and the length of it to any quality batter, it'd be difficult to know whether to go forward to that or just play it with the defensive bat. And in the end, yeah, it was Sally Barton just getting caught on the crease, playing across the line.
Yeah, getting that sideways movement off the pitch. It's amazing some of the seam we've seen out of this pitch. I think it's actually a really good cricket wicket because there is something in it for the bowlers. We've seen a little bit of variable bounce, but not too much. We've seen a little bit of sideways movement, but mostly not too much, but the occasional one will surprise you. Anyway, this looks like it's Nicola Caruana.
Yeah, well, with the pitch, we did have a month of cricket here with the ECS prior to this, and I know there was a bit of discussion what should happen. And Richie Cunningham, one of our umpires, and of course he played for the Pirates, was out there with the heavy roller as well, so it is doing a little bit.
Now Caruana stuck around for 11 balls last night, couldn't get a run. So I'm on the Nicola train. I'd love to. I know I'm a bragger. We haven't seen her yet, but I'd love to see her get a run from somewhere. I was a bit worried that the 13-ball duck record might go down, but luckily she finished 0 not out last night. Caruana's the rock of Gibraltar, solid in defence, just like that. Knows when to leave them.
So I know you're a bragger,
yeah.
And I thought in that video you were a bit of a blagger-nagger.
That's very good from you. That's a bit of a blagger-nagger. Anyway, let's see if she gets a bowl tonight. And Nicola, love to see her get a bit more proactive with those balls away from the stumps. Have a little slash at them and see what happens. Again, testing from Landier. Looks like a good player to me. Yeah, so, you know who's happy right now?
Flores.
Well, Gibraltar can be happy that they've already beaten the lowest score on ECM, which is 6 all out by Gozo CC in 2021. So this is where people start asking what's the lowest score we've ever seen. And don't worry, they've almost doubled it. It's a good ball as well. That one has gone out. So we've seen one come back off the pitch. We've seen a bit of away movement, just harnessing the breeze, which is right to left tonight. Right now, Netherlands tuning up nicely on their double header.
Someone else is happy in the chat. Flores de Lange, assumedly connected to Carolina. Welcome to the
Flores.
broadcast.
Nice ball the over. Wow. This is where I'd love to see this not called leg buys. Even though I think it... Well, I wait for it. Yeah, she's done it. she's
off it.
She raised the bat and she almost raised it straight into Van der Voting. But that'll be a run to Nicola Caruana. And look, there it is. And then she's so happy. Up it went. Isabel almost took her head off. But anyway, she does get a run. Loving it. Oh, here we go. All right, so everyone's asking for robot updates. I told you from now on, all robot updates will be manual. I'll be at the hotel on Sunday. I'm going to ask every single day, has a package arrived? And when they do, it'll be, we'll have to make it like a bank holiday robot day.
Look, thoughts to the hotel receptionist who's going to be dealing with that on a day-to-day basis.
I don't know if we can get another shot. Make sure that makes the highlights where Caruana almost knocked over Isabel Founder voting when she raised her bat for making her first run ever. Anyway, here we go. Time for over number 8. And it's going to be Eva Lynch. Well, she's been just hitting the stumps for fun so far in this innings. She's getting a bowl now.
Yeah, good chance to turn the arm over after having a really, really good innings in the field.
That's what it's all about, though. You got to celebrate the positive things. You're not a bad shot there. Just getting that on ball. Esther Callis, she spent some time with me in the commentary box in the first game. Really interesting cricketing journey that she's been on, spending time in Australia. I spent some time in the Middle East as well. England, of course. There's a bit of bat in this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a little inside edge.
Sounded like it.
And Caruana, just talking to her last night, she said, yeah, no, I was pretty determined we were going to bat as deep into the 10 overs as we could. She faced out 11 balls. Now she's got her eye in. Now she's got a run. Again, yeah, I suppose it's the building blocks, isn't it? Right now, some of the Gibraltarians, they can keep the bowling out, but they're finding it hard to score, and that kind of builds pressure, I suppose, because you do want to end up with a few runs to your name. Well bowled. It's kind of top spinner from length, goes straight through. And if we're an off spinner, they'll enjoy this breeze, this right to left, just get that natural drift away, and you don't really have to turn it back a lot.
Yeah, and as we know, if you land it right in front of the stumps, it's going to stay low most of the time.
There you go. Another run to the total, takes them up to 12. So there's the first dozen. But yeah, hello to everyone in the chat. And how much have you been enjoying this series? We've seen some crazy cricket in the last 24 hours. This one's played back pretty solidly. So Lynch goes wicketless and 8 overs down. It's 12 for 7.
Yeah, it's certainly been a wonderful series so far. What I've been really impressed with, Vinny, is the batting actually across certainly the top 2 teams, but the stroke play that we've seen not only on the leg side but also on the offside as we have a look at how Gibraltar have gone about this innings. You can see it's been tough going as their runs have been few and far between and the wickets falling with some regularity, but as mentioned by you, they're doing well to keep the ball out.
Tell you what might be on tonight, just saying.
It's going down leg.
Yeah, I think so. They won't get a run in the end. Quickest chase, 2.1 overs. It's been done twice. It got done in Landskrona once. It's Hisingen versus Malmöhus. And also Ireland 11 beating Czech Republic. 2.1 overs, fastest chase. If they could keep them to, say, 15, 16 here.
Could be on, yeah. But
we've never seen something chased down in 2 overs.
Toledo and Cullis coming out to open. They've certainly been hitting it ferociously. Great shot.
What a shot. In fact, it'll be a long single. It should be worth more. Robeson smacked that. In fact, oh no, they might get another one off the ricochet.
I don't know if you saw that return throw from Van der Woning, but it went like a tracer bullet and hit the stumps from out in the deep.
Yeah, very, very good fielding. She had a lot of ground to cover there, but did it well. And like I say, that shot probably deserves more than one. And that's all they get. These two have stuck around for a while.
Yeah, it's batting out the 10 overs now. This is the objective in front of Gibraltar. They just need to keep going, these two.
And here's bowled well. Yeah, nice looking shot from Caruana. She's lasted longer than last night now. Up to 12 deliveries.
She's been a find, hasn't she, for the Gibraltar team?
Yeah.
Got a lot of potential, able to stay out there.
She's enjoying her cricket, I think, as well. That's the main thing. It's not an easy one to be out there against players of the calibre that the Dutch are turning out. But, I mean, you just got to appreciate good cricket as well. And the Dutch, especially with those 3 direct hits from Lynch, I mean, they've been right on tonight. Oh,
that's going to be out.
I think it is. Again, the old see no evil, hear no evil. I've seen this a few times in the Gibraltarians. I'd like to see them just waving the bat at it just in case. That one. I hope that's hit the pad because otherwise that's a bit painful. But yeah, you see, you go here, and once you decided that it's going to go behind, you just waft the bat. You'll never know your luck. But yeah, I think that one's probably hitting the stumps about halfway up. She ended up well outside the off stump, but I think Landia was zeroing in on the target there. So it was nice to see Carolina sticking around and at least getting a run, but she is the 8th wicket to fall. It's 13 for 8.
Yeah, on that occasion, looking for the Yorker and just a little bit too full, but a well-aimed delivery nonetheless, and really needed a swing at the bat there to give herself any chance of not getting the LBW.
Yeah, and there's been a few of these with this breeze straightening down the line.
Yeah.
It's, that have just caught some of the Gibraltarians like a deer in the headlights. Well, here's your Neera Blag.
That's your favourite.
Yeah. I'm a Blagger Bragger, and already she's got a partnership of 1 by watching that one go behind her legs. One not coming back for Landia. Also, so I love the professional approach to the Dutch team. It's not an easy situation for them as well. I think they're just going out, they're trying to execute, they're trying to put the ball in good areas, and they're not taking it easy. I think that actually shows respect for the opposition.
Yeah, absolutely. They haven't just turned up to go through the motions here. They are putting everything into it.
Well, Blagger Bragger. This one is a Blagger Destroyer because let's just say it's gone above the leg and she just walked it off. I wouldn't say she's walked it completely off, but she's back out there.
Yeah, might want to look at the thigh pad next time.
Well, yeah, I mean, that just hit above the pad, so it's a bit of an unpredicted area most of the time. Let's see if she can get a run here to Landia. She doesn't, and that's the end of 9. The score is 14 for 8. Yeah, so, I mean, personally, I think you show the ultimate respect to the opposition by still treating the game in a way which is you are trying to keep your standards up. You might try a few things like different bowlers, you might try a few different things, but I always felt when you've got a bit of a mismatch, which we do here, you still... Gibraltar want to play the Netherlands, and so any success they have, they can feel like they've earned it. I think that's the thing. Anyway, 14 for 8. We're going to the last.
Yeah, that's the joy of competitive sport. Really bringing your best, no matter what the situation and the context. Van Bogen, she'll want a wicket here, I feel.
Iris has snuck into a bit of a second slip.
Yeah.
Babette saying, come here.
Gee, that's close, isn't it?
Reverse sweep might be on here. That's not a bad shot from Robeson. Yeah, I'd at least a shape to reverse sweep just for scare points.
Yeah. And just see the reactions. Get them to stand back a little bit.
Faces there.
Oh, shot.
In the air, and well, it's actually a really good stop. I think they've turned the run down in the end. Oh, I thought that might be a boundary. Yeah, it's a really good stop out there in the first place.
Yeah, wonderful work. But what I really like here, she picked up that line really quickly and managed to play the full shot. Well, now she's been bowled, playing the same shot. This one stayed low, and the woodwork was rattled.
It was. I think Robeson probably shouldn't have been on strike. I mean, she had a really good shot, but got nothing to show for it. She'll end up going for 3. If I'm not mistaken, that's probably the highest score in this innings. It is. And the 15th ball knocks her over. Similar kind of shot to last time. That time didn't get up as much. So Neve, well, she's no stranger to a direct hit. She did a really good bit of fielding to run out Rana from Sweden last night. But Gibraltar, yeah, a bit of a reality check here, and the Dutch up and about. 14 for 9 now.
This is now going to be Hannah Trinidad coming in. We haven't seen any of her as yet, coming in though in that 11th position.
Yeah, welcome to Hannah. Flashing the thumbs up. All right, let's see what she can do. And Hannah just saying, I think she said, I'm going to smack this out of the ground.
This one's going for 6.
All right, here we go. Last batter at the crease. Yeah.
It was short and on the leg side.
And she survived. Well, gets a good cheer. Van Boker. She's filthy with herself. Feels like just needs to get one on target here when the 11 comes to the crease. There you go. Well, they won't get a run though, but they do keep it out. And again, I love the Gibraltar team spirit. They're cheering anything positive.
Yeah.
Trinidad, highly experienced with the bat.
And it's these kind of experiences that really galvanise the team as well. They'll be looking forward to the next tournament with excitement.
Yeah, well, putting some of the top orders to shame. Now, you got to run no matter what here. She's hit a couple. So you kind of got to run.
That's it.
Oh, no, is that it? I still have one to
I
come.
thought we had one more.
All right. Well, you don't have to run. You have to run off to keep warm because that's going to be all over. They do run out the 10 overs, so something's that are positive. Will we see a record here on ECN tonight? Because 2.1 overs is the previous fastest chase. So if they can do it in 2 overs or less, then we will have a new record. Look, Gibraltar, it's a tough one for them. They won the toss. They elected to bat. It's always going to be tough. Knew the bowling would be something to contend with, but really, I think the fielding was a cut above, wasn't it, from the Dutch tonight? There's a few issues getting their hats off on a night like tonight, but really, I like the efforts from Gibraltar. That was a nice dive in, but then a few snuck through. It's nice to see Anamine Thompson back out there. She cleaned up. Yeah, but for me, Eva Lynch, she was a real star with 3 direct run-outs in this innings.
Yeah, this being the first of them, and the second was pretty much a carbon copy. Thompson coming on early as well. Only the second over managed to pick up those 2 quick wickets. Really starting to make the inroads into the Gibraltar team as she found the gap between bat and pad all too often.
Yeah, and they're awkward to face. I think they're unusual spinners, aren't they? And then look this one again. One step to aim at. Lynch, well, making it look easy. And that was the other one, Becksworth. Didn't look too bad when she was out there. Barton got a good one that came back and knocked out the off stump. Landier really impressed me with some of her shape that she was getting on the ball, straightening that one down the line. And this was one of the highlights here, but it didn't even get Gibraltar a run. And unfortunately for Neve, she went the very next ball. And when it came down to it, no boundaries. In fact, they couldn't get more than any singles and a few extras helping them along the way. Gibraltar. And I think we might get a wicket here. Only 5 wide, so really not getting too many for free. We saw last night they got over 20 extras to help them along, but you can see there, Robeson the only one to get past 2. The rest of it was fairly binary. Becksworth was one of 3 run-out victims for Eva Lynch. Anamine Thompson featuring, hitting the timber 3 times as well. And, well, Trinidad had a nice moment out there. Her and the Blagger can stand tall. They weren't dismissed. 3 for 2. Thompson was brilliant, including a maiden. Another maiden to Van Boker, who picked up 1. Landier, I thought she bowled really well, 2 for 3. Bit of a tune-up, I think, for the Netherlands. We just saw 1 over from Zwilling first up, and Lynch finished it off. But well, in the end, I think we might see a record tonight on ECN if they can do this in 2 overs or less. But having said that, Gibraltar got some good bowlers, especially up front, that can move the ball around.
Yeah, we'll be looking to see what Elizabeth Ferrari can do at the top of the order, if she can stay on target. And what I really want to see from Gibraltar is keeping those sundries under control.
Yeah.
It's a very low target. They do not want to give any extra runs away.
Let's see how long it lasts. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Joe Wegasani with me, back after the break. Netherlands need 15 for victory. You're watching the FanCode, ECIW, Gibraltar.
And a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Europa Sports Complex here in Gibraltar. We are here for the second innings of tonight's second match between Gibraltar and the Netherlands. Gibraltar having a bit of a tough time of it with the bat, put on 14 runs, which leaves this Dutch team 10 overs to achieve their target of 15 if they can do it in under 2.1 overs. That will become an ECN record. So we'll be keeping a keen eye on that. As to whether they can achieve it, it has fallen to Babette de Leder and Captain Heather Seegers, who have come out there to open the batting. And they'll be facing Elizabeth Ferrari. We're ready to go. Let's play some cricket. And well, that one's staying low, outside off, and de Leder shaping to cut, and then realizing that ball was not bouncing as much as she expected. Got down low, but no run to the score. So 2 overs to make this total in which to become record holders for ECN. Well, and this one cuts at it again. It does shape away from the right-hander really nicely. So Ferrari getting some good late movement there. Helped, of course, by that prevailing wind coming from the west. The right to left on your screen as you watch it. I'm Joe Wegasani. I'd like to say a big welcome to everybody in the chat, whether you're joining us for the first time or you are a regular. Wherever you are around the world, welcome to the European Cricket Network. This is, of course, the first European Cricket International Women's Tournament in T10. And that one full, and it's been splayed away, square of the wicket. Beautiful shot, gone all the way over the rope, 6 runs. So there we go, that is a sizable chunk of the score that they need to make with just the one shot, getting down low. Seegers really connecting with that and splaying it away across the mid-wicket region. So Ferrari will want to respond here. This time again, short down the leg side, and it will be called a wide. I thought it might have caught a bit of pad there on the way through, but nothing doing. Well, let me welcome into the commentary box to see whether we are watching a record chase.
Could be.
Vinny Sando.
Yeah, it could be at the moment. Good shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's
Maximo leg side.
Great shot. Again, short, and well, not short, full, but met on the full and played in much the same direction, backward to square, rolling across the rope, another 4 runs.
I mean, it might not just be a record, it might be an obliterated record, because they could potentially do this within one over.
One more shot.
Previous record, 2.1. It was Malmö Hus against Hisingen in Landskrona, Sweden that did that. And also Ireland 11 versus the Czech Republic in the ECC last year. Well, so 3 off 2.
Yeah.
Bit of tension now in this. Can they do it in the first over?
Oof.
Oh, they will. They'll do it in 5 balls. Well, it's record time tonight, but you got to hand it to the Dutch. I mean, they set that up with a clinical, and I mean clinical bowling and fielding performance. And they're going to do this in less than 1 over. And, well, cue the record books, because that is a record that could last for a long, long time, Joe.
Yeah, certainly lasts longer than the highlights, and not because there weren't any, but because we were here for such a short time.
I tell you what, I can't wait to see what Ivars has done in the production booth, because these innings highlights is going to be an interesting one.
Drag it out, Ivars.
It's congratulations. You know what I really like is that you go about your business kind of regardless of the opposition. They want to have a professional approach to what they're doing, the Dutch. And yeah, they were outplayed, I suppose, by Italy last night. They'd be the first to admit that, but they certainly were back on tonight. And the news from the toss, by the way, in match number 12, which is coming your way in about an hour and 5 minutes, that will be that the Netherlands have won the toss and they're going to bat first. So I think we'll see plenty more of the bats in that one. Look, Gibraltar, you got to feel for them as well. They go winless through the group stage. They'll have a chance at 3rd place tomorrow. It looks like Sweden will be their opponents. But here we go. Roll the highlights package. Man, well, if you can't be good, be quick. And this was quick. Tell you what, love the Maximo. Then followed up with a boundary here. And then before you knew it, straight down the ground. Handshakes all around. But yeah, that was a bit more of a sign of the chasm between the two teams. Look, take nothing apart from Gibraltar, who tried their hardest, had some moments to cheer in the first innings, but Seegers, well, she's back, and she was on a bit of a a mission, wasn't she? Hitting every ball to the boundary and 1 over to get them to 16 off just 5 balls. Hey, let's get positives for the Gibraltar. Just 1 wide in the whole innings for them, and by far their best performance. And, well, just one of those things when you have almost 3,000 matches of cricket, you're going to see some that are record setters, and you're going to see some one-sided matches. But the Netherlands, I think they'll probably get a bit more of a test from Sweden in the last match of the day.
Yeah, they certainly will, one would think. And like you said, you don't want to take anything away from the Dutch. And Gibraltar marking their stage of development. Look, it's a shame we couldn't see them out there for a little bit longer, but I didn't mind that start from Liz Ferrari. First couple of deliveries on the money.
Yeah. I actually thought they might push him, but again, Seeger's a class player. Once she got on strike, she was
back with a flurry.
in a no mercy mood. So we'll take a bit of an extended break now. Back in about an hour, it'll be Netherlands versus Sweden. Coming up, the final group match, match 12 from Europa Point. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Joe Wigasani. We'll see you very, very shortly for more FanCode ECIW Gibraltar.
back to the Europa Point facility here in Gibraltar. I've got to say, I love the indoor facilities here. They are really, really good. I'm just trying to brush up on my wicket keeping at the moment. Not easy, but I can tell you it's time for match number 12, and this should be a really good one between two teams that I think really want to take the points here. The Dutch, they look up and about tonight. They're taking on Sweden. Let's see what happens at the toss in match 12. Monica from the KNCB, the special guest tosser. She's with Tyrone and the two captains.
Welcome to the final game of the evening between the Netherlands and Sweden. I have Monica here from the KNCB. She's going to be doing the toss, and it's Sweden to call. There we go.
Tails.
Tails the call. And what do you say?
So you like to bat? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay, so it was Netherlands that won the toss and they've elected to bat. We know they've got a pretty strong lineup here tonight. Everyone back on deck at the moment. But I tell you what, Sweden, I think it's a great chance for them to go up and be tested against the Dutch. Of course, looks like they're destined for the bronze final tomorrow night. So I tell you what, we've got Saidavata here. She's going to bowl one at me now. And let's see if I've still got the moves, because Sweden, I know that they were a little bit disappointed they couldn't get past Italy before, but let's see what they're bringing here in match 12. Here we go. Hey, it's over to you, Joe. Let's get ready for the start of match 12.
Yes, thank you very much, Vinny Sandu behind the stumps with fantastic footwork. Looking like you're keeping very low down there as well, mate. I'm Joe Wegasani up here in the viewers' stadium of the Europa Sports Complex. There's the team sheets, folks, for the FanCode. As we have a look also at the expected scores for these two teams. The Netherlands 102, Sweden expected to put on 65. Let's see how that matches to reality. And here's, of course, the Dutch, who won the toss and elected to bat. And it's out there opening. Well, Captain Heather Seegers has been joined by Stera Kallis. So, changing it up a little bit for this fixture against Sweden. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's Haria Shamto with the new ball. She's been doing really well. Sweden certainly with a task in front of them. I expect that their hopes will lie largely in keeping those extras under control. That will be a very important component of this match. And then when it comes to the bat, I'd like to see, I think Signe Lundell is a big key to their fortunes with whatever they have to chase. We saw her go out early last night, but making a top score of 44 not out. Anyway, it's the Dutch out there batting, and Seegers currently having attained the record run chase in the previous match against Gibraltar. Okay, umpires, batters, bowlers, fielders, they're all ready. Let's play some cricket. First one from Shamto, full of ball, going down the leg side, and Seegers goes chasing after it, gets a little touch and takes a single. Yeah, so not quite the fireworks just with that first delivery. Gee, the Dutch, they certainly went on a bit of a rampage in the previous match. They needed to chase 15 and they accomplished it in 5 deliveries, setting an ECN record, which, according to all experts, will stand for a long time. Let's see Shamto continuing, and this is a good ball, a little bit slower, taking the pace off it, moving in, and they scramble through for the one, although the fielding was good. They're at point. So that is the 1 run each to Seegers and Kallis. Seegers having made top score of 40 in this tournament. She did miss the previous few matches with that terrible bug going through the Dutch ranks. As that one down the leg side, she goes trying to hit the leather off it, but misses it. Just gets air, and it's called wide. Yeah, there is still a bit of a stiff breeze here at Europa Point on the southerly tip of Gibraltar. Coming from the right to left of screen, we've seen bowlers using it fairly well in the matches thus far tonight. Shamto getting that one to come back in. It's been hit in the air, but going and finding a gap. And despite the best efforts of Lundell, it goes once, twice, thrice over the rope First boundary on the board for the Dutch. Right, pick that up really nicely, just using the feet to get more to the pitch of the ball. I didn't mind the delivery itself. Maybe a little bit too full to allow her, with too much air to allow that foot work down the pitch. Seeger's doing really well there. We know what a powerful hitter. As mentioned, has a top score of 40 already in this tournament. And between that and the previous innings, the only 2 she's played, she's now got 60 runs for the tournament, so hasn't taken much. We know what a powerful hitter she is and captains her team very, very capably. Good leader. I'll be happy to have her back there tonight. So 7 on the board, 7 for 9 is the score, halfway through the first. As we just see what's going on. So I think what we've got, well, coming into the box to explain it all to me, I'm sitting here a little bit flabbergasted. What's happening here?
I can't explain everything. There's a slight technical issue as far as the broadcast, but as far as working for me, I think there's just a few issues in some parts of the world. So we're just going to hold things up for a little bit. But yeah, it's nice to be back. Got to say, Gibraltar are coming through pretty nicely. When I snuck down to the indoor facilities, such a great facility here, isn't it? We've got the indoor cricket facilities. You've got the squash courts. You've got snooker here. You've got darts. Yeah, so the darts as well.
There's a social room, Vinny.
Social room.
The Australian term for a pub in a sports centre.
Gets a bit of a workout, doesn't it? Anyway, I wonder if the Dutch will be able to bat more than 5 balls this time. That'd be a bit unusual for them. But yeah, Seegers, she looks back and she looks in the mood to go large.
Shamto to continue now.
Hit down to long on, and this will just be 1. And that's one way to stop the ball coming back in. I want to say welcome to everyone back after a bit of a slightly longer tea break than usual. Probably get a few cups in.
Yeah, a couple of cups. Yeah, nice bite to eat as well. We've been getting a lot of chicken here in Gibraltar. I'm worried about that chicken population.
This one just sliced away. We'll take on the run. That's good understanding again. The old boot being offered by Charmto. I'd like to see it maybe going with the hands there. Fearless Leopards in the chat saying, hopefully they'll reset the clock. Don't worry. Tyrone is our tour referee. He's just a professional clock watcher and clock adjuster.
If Tyrone cares about nothing else in this life, he cares about that clock.
That is true. It's pretty well bowled. Dragged just wide of the fielder. Bit of work for Kanchan Rana. Well, she'll be very keen to get some runs in the second half of this match after coming off 2 ducks. This will be the end of the over. 10 for no loss after 1. Not the worst over by Chamto. Hello to Chris Jinkle in the chat and Gary Wheeler as well. And Louis the Bruce is in the chat as well. Hello, Louis. Nice to see you as usual. Let's have a look at some of the top performers this week. And you mentioned Lundell got run out without facing a ball earlier, but she'd love to make some runs. Vidya for Sweden. And Rana make up the top 3. Talked about her already. As far as Netherlands, though, Callis, Delata, and Iris Zwilling, who probably drops to 4 tonight with their
back there.
Yeah, with their regular top 3 back. But Annemiek Thompson's been very good as well. I love the spin twins, Thompson and DeLange, although it's kind of triplets or quadruplets, really. They've got some very good options there as we get ready for the start of the second over. And, yeah, I mean, Netherlands, I think, obviously the big story last night was they lost. And, caught a few people by surprise. But I've got to say, they came back and were all business so far. They'll be hoping to go back to back. It's Gunjan Shukla. Pretty good bowler, but this one straightens right down the middle of the bat from Callis, who puts it away. And that's the thing against these good plays. If you miss even by a little bit, you're going to get punished. And that was a beautiful looking cover drive.
Look at this shape on the shot as she really comes to meet it with the full face of the blade. Playing through the line absolutely stunningly all the way to the covers for 4. I don't mind this move to bring Shukla in early. We've seen her hold herself back a little bit, but she is one of their prime bowlers and they need a breakthrough early.
Yeah, still windy-ish out there.
It's dropped a bit, hasn't it?
Yeah, but it's not quite what it was earlier. This one straightens and Shukla, able to get a hand on it, keeps it to 1. But yeah, her natural movement is into the right-hander. So I suppose bowling at the one end, there's no real end that she can bowl. So as a result, she's just not getting that natural kind of drift in the air, that swing in That would be her plan A. Despite that, she's pretty adept at adjusting to the conditions. Seegers gets tied up and no run here. A late change of keeper because Aluganula was selected to keep for Sweden, but she suffered a minor injury in the warm-up. So she still retains her spot in the 11, but the keeping is being done by Elsat Thielander.
Yeah, he's been doing a very good job. Last previous few fixtures for Sweden.
Goes after this, but long on's in place. Down the bottom of the bat there from Seegers. Just a single. And yeah, Louis saying pretty clever from Callis, standing outside the crease because the keeper not all the way up. Good observation by Louis.
He's a very astute cricket observer, Louis.
Good eyes.
Yeah. Saw that in the commentary box last night.
That's true. Gets on the front foot this time, and this will be one and only one. It'll be the end of the over as well. So Netherlands, they are 18 without loss after 2. So if we look at the table, it's fairly clear now who the top 2 and the bottom 2 are. Now, the only thing that might change is if Netherlands win this and they actually swap positions with Italy. Now, why is that important? Well, what's important is that if there is rain for some reason, if the final's washed out, whoever's the higher ranked team will win the trophy. So that's why
everyone counts.
Yeah, you don't want to be taking any chances. And Netherlands, this is their opportunity to get back to the top of the table, and they'll be level on points with a 5-1 record, but because of their superior net run rate, a win would put them above Italy. So now time for the third over. This is going to be Rashmi Somashekhar, who's going to bowl. Sarah Callish in the commentary box earlier tonight. Nice to hear her perspective, and her cricketing journey's quite an interesting one. She's eyed off the mid-wicket here. Nice, I've got an expression, the eyes never lie. I think she's looking for that area if the ball's there. But good luck hitting it to mid-wicket off that. This will be a wide.
You need to be a slogger for that. Carlos is anything but.
Terry's in the chat saying looking forward to some more Swedish super stops on the boundary. Yeah, they've been brilliant. In fact, all teams, the way they've thrown themselves around, I think the intent's been there, the hustle's been there. Some of the diving from the runners, from the batters in between the wickets has been unbelievable as well. This one's short, a little bit wide, absolutely cracked.
Look at that
and
fielding.
Well, right on cue, Terry. There is a diving Swedish super stop. A brilliant piece of work out there. I think that's Lundell, who just heaved herself away to the left and cuts off a boundary.
This was 4 for all the money. I think Callis had already knocked that one up in the scorebook, but look at that work from Lundell.
And she throws it without even getting to her feet. So, Signe, and hello to her mum, Maria, who I've apologised to if I haven't got the name pronunciation exactly right. Hello, Maria. Wow, this one's going nowhere.
Well, she wants to get back as well. I don't think she quite knew where that ball had gone, Heather Seegers.
I think she knew it hadn't gone that far because I think she felt it. And when you chop them onto your own leg, they're probably not going that far. But yeah, pretty casual. Turning around but getting in. So Akmal's asking me about the robot suit. Well, I'll check when I get to the
A few personal
hotel.
questions for you there from Akmal.
So don't worry. I will let you know what the deal is. But
also wants to know when you're going up for the ECL, Vinny.
Yeah, we're all travelling up. The ones that are staying on Sunday sometime. In the air, chance taken. And nice bit of work by Kanchan Rana as Seegers was kind of in two minds there to pull it on a flat bat down the ground. She did neither really. And a good catch, a good reward for Somashekhar. And this reward for Sweden, who've kind of held the Netherlands at bay so far. The first wicket falls 20 for 1.
Yeah, I think this one just stayed a little bit, I don't know if it stayed low or it came onto her a bit quick, but just not quite getting it out of much more than the toe of the bat, splicing it a little bit, straight up in the air, really well taken.
Yeah, nicely taken. On a night like tonight with the wind effect kind of blowing around with the cold temperature, there's no easy ones. So this will be Babette Deleda who's coming in the number 3 position tonight. So just going back to that, for those of you who don't realise, that Carter Oval, Malaga, it's only about an hour and a half down the road from where we are right now, Europa Point, Gibraltar. So it's a fairly easy trip up the motorway. And we'll be making that journey on Sunday. That's the first day of no cricket on ECN for ages on Sunday. But actually during the ECL, there's no cricket on Sundays because it's a 6-day week
It's the
2 groups a week.
holy day of cricketing rest.
Oh, I've got my plans for Sundays. Don't you worry about that.
I believe it.
So Shaker coming into the later. Swings too much. This one's going to be called a wide. Yes, I've got some of my famous haunts. They'll be very happy we've got Sundays off again because we didn't last year when we had the Cartama T10 at the weekend, including the Carvery that does a roast, a buffet roast.
Sunday roast.
So
Tell
I'll be definitely taking my cheat days on Sundays. Tell you that much. So Shaker using this breeze well. So it's a bit shorter, seems back. This will be a single. So what else we got in there? Benedict asking what's the viewership been like this week? Very, very good, and the feedback's been very, very good as well. I think we've seen some international teams, obviously at varying degrees of where they're at, but I mean, just have a look at that game last night, that last ball thriller. That's a magical moment, I think, in any cricket we've done in ECN. I'll remember that for a long time.
Absolutely it was. We'll never forget that.
Wow, that one really doesn't get up, and she does well to adjust here, Callis.
Yeah, very, very good adjustment there. We've seen so many of those deliveries taking wickets.
You see, she's sweeping the pitch. But that's a sign of a really good player, and that's probably the difference between someone like Callis and most other batters we've seen in this tournament, because she's good enough to make that adjustment.
And not just this tournament, but the preceding ACS, we saw the same thing. And that's been a big difference with this. We'll come back to that in just a moment as Summer Shaker continues to finish her over.
This is hit straight at the fielder. You see the pressure brings the misfield. They'll probably get 2. Oh, they won't get 2 because I think Delata slips. So it'll be the end of the over. 24 for 1. Now, Louis Bruce has a question. When will we hear from you next, Joe? Well, I can actually muzzle you here, Joe, because there might be a bit of secret business in the background. That there's some talk about it. Are we allowed to say anything about it?
Not
Not
really.
really.
We should keep it all a bit
We'll keep
quiet at the moment.
Stay tuned, Louis. Stay tuned. 10, 8 and 6. Pretty good power play for Sweden, really. They do get the reward. They get with the wicket. But, yeah, some ideas being thrown around tonight. It's nice to have ECN founder Dan Weston with us. And, well, he's obviously helping set up for the ECL down the road. And he's been down a couple of times already.
Yeah, you have to take the chance. If you're only an hour up the road, come down to have a look at any cricket at this stadium in the future. It is a wonderful place to come.
Definitely.
Especially at night. Look at this shot on the screen. Just a beautiful looking field.
Surya Avuri comes in, gets it right first time, but can't get down to it. This will be a single. And Steve's given us a few tips for the trip. Now, Corey's already been on to me because last time he got put in the worst room in the whole of the Sunset Beach Hotel. Great establishment, by the way.
I really want to know what Corey classifies as
228.
making it the worst room.
I don't. And the
Big
funny
hello
thing
to
is,
Corey, by the way.
I met the
Sure he's
CEO
tuning
of
in.
Sunset Beach. He tossed the coin once, and I mentioned it. And when I mentioned the room number, he laughed. It's between 2 laundries. It gets no natural light, and it looks like you're on the surface of Mars because there's this little orange that bounces off the walls. This one jumps up a bit, but it's cut away nicely. You can see there the batter using the bounce. Callis, she looks like she's ready to go for a big score. Riveri, for the first time, really kind of giving the batter some length to play with. And that was a really nicely executed cut stroke. Corey's watching. He just messaged me. And, he's already been on to me saying,
room in
please
Mars.
make sure I don't get stuck in that room again.
Start calling him Ziggy Stardust if he does.
5 a.m. every morning or 6 a.m. 2 laundries getting going.
Oh. Well,
He
this-
called it the gulag. He
this
said,
is easy
please
to
don't
get-
let them put me in the gulag
This-
again, Vinny.
This is easy to get your clothes cleaned. You're in that situation.
And then you know what he did? I don't talk about it for too long. When I got there, he convinced them to. He said, "Oh, I'm Vinny's assistant. You can give me his room key." Right? This is going to test the fielder, Shukla, who boots it. They'll probably come for 2 because it gets away from her slightly. So he stops the boundary, but can't prevent the second.
Yeah, look, she did really well to stop the boundary, but again, for any young cricketers out there, it's so tempting to use your foot, but what it does do is guarantee that second run.
Yeah, because you're not holding it, but that's to her wrong side, right? She's a natural left-hander, so I didn't think she felt very comfortable kind of getting down to ground level. Yeah, so then he tried to steal my room. I was onto it, though. They never put me in the gulag. Not on my watch.
I don't think you would
And then he tried to sell it to
put
me.
up with that.
You know, the best thing was, he was in a meeting with Spain as we get to the end of the 4th over. 33 for 1. Not the worst over by Riveri. She goes for 10. But what I did is I put the keys in the different envelopes so that he thought he had the key to the good room, and then I could just hear, I was unpacking all my suits, and after his meeting, I could hear this click, 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 and I said, yes, can I help you? I'd already switched back. So anyway, that guy. Looking forward to Corey being back on Monday. Hey, do you know Spain were playing Isle of Man in the men's T20 International Series? It started today. They played 2 matches. Just maybe going to catch up on the second result. But Mohamed Isan scored a century. He's a guy we'll see for Pakai Care in the ECL. Also starring for Spain in the ECC last year. Kachan Rana comes on for over number 5. Since the graphics have just dropped out for a second, but I can tell you it's 33 for 1 after 4 overs.
I really like the shape of the Dutch batters in their cut shots tonight, Vinny. I think they've clocked into the fact that this pitch is changing in its bounce depending on the line.
Yeah, Corey's popped into the chat now. How did the second match go? Because I've only got a 16 over score here, Corey. Match 2 against Isle of Man. This one is beautifully worked through the covers. That's all placement there. There was a cover point and a cover, but they both looked at each other and sighed because they knew this one was headed to the boundary. Again, that's class batting from the Netherlands top order.
Yeah, this is exemplary of what we've seen in this tournament that perhaps we didn't see so much up until this started. Is beautiful shots on the offside.
It's shot selection and execution. I mean, both of those have been great from Stera Callis so far.
Well, and not just Callis and not just the Dutch team. We've seen it across the board.
Well, better ball. You see again the shot selection, just knowing you don't need to try and do too much with that. That's straightening down the line. Just make sure you hit it. Gets one.
And it's a shame they've had that kind of short mid-wicket in play a lot of this series. Sweden, they've just taken it out at the moment. I felt that it's given them a little bit of an advantage in keeping the runs down previously.
Oh, again, doesn't really get up. Smart batting. See, what the Netherlands do really well, for the most part, is they choose what to go after and what not to go after. So I think the decision-making, I think with some of the more inexperienced teams, they struggle to know which is which. But you see, there's a couple of balls that have kept low on the stumps, so they've just been super careful, and they get some wood on. And they go after the bad one like this, which is full toss. They're going to put away for a boundary. Well, Exhibit A, and it's going to be another boundary to the Dutch. You're looking to make a statement here in match 12, last match of the group stage. That was an easy put away.
I'll tell you what, Vinny, it looks like you've got a slight rebellion on your hands in the chat. The cult of personality is crumbling.
She's kind of on the walk there, so it's not no ball. That's okay.
We have all bought into Vinny's propaganda.
Yeah, I noticed that. Well, I'll tell you what, if it's me against Corey in a popularity contest, I'm feeling very, very confident.
Popularity contest.
That's all I'm going to say about that.
With the hotel reception.
It's 45 for 1 after 5. And if you're enjoying cricket on ECN, you know, it's going to keep coming at you. This is what we're talking about. European Cricket League starting in only 3 days. That's 2 days until put Corey in the gulag. And join us. And this will be Group A action to start us off. We've got the the German team starting things off. Also Guernsey, Estonia in there, and Greece. I know that Terry is watching from Cricket Estonia.
Yeah,
Group B have former champions of FC Rotterdam as well as farmers from Jersey. The Danes, Svanholm, also drawn with VOC Rotterdam again. Like 2019, it's a bit of a coincidence there. Indo-Bulgarian and American University of Malta, including Lala, who's a bit of a superstar for Gozo Zalmi in the current ECS, but he does qualify for AUM because he played for them last year. Yeah, so Corey testing the patience of the chat with the 6 emojis, which is his own rule. He said you should be able to do 6, not 5. There's some debate about it today in Malta. This one's not wide. So yeah, looking forward to it. Should be really great. And you know what I love about the Khartoum tournaments? Because it goes out in a lot of the mainstream TV channels all around the world, in the UK, in Australia, in South Africa, all through Africa really, and various others. It just opens us up to such a bigger audience. Probably get about 10 times as many people watching. So this is up, and it's whacked towards the sweep up. It's Lundell. She's got a good pair of hands. Apparently she's a bandy goalkeeper.
Yeah, bandy.
Do you know what bandy is? Yeah.
Vaguely.
The Latvians, our Latvian crew know a lot about bandy because they shoot it a lot, Spring Productions. But yeah, it's kind of like hockey on ice, but more with a ball than a puck, if that makes sense.
Sounds excellent.
I'm still waiting to see it. I've asked Benita, our production manager, to show me some because it sounds interesting. Yeah, Ivars telling me he's done it a lot.
Done it a lot. He bandies around Ivars.
I think
So
in a
you
second
worry
here.
about that. So
He's saying it's more similar than
just
to-
getting the whisper in our ear.
Come on, Ivars, tell me.
Yeah.
He's in my ear. Yeah, field hockey on ice. That makes sense because they're not wearing skates. Is that right? You can't hear Ivars, but I'll have a conversation with him.
Field hockey on ice with skates. Longer sticks than hockey.
Okay. Give him a shaker.
Catch a chance.
Oh, tough one. Yeah. Well, this came in a bit back towards Callis, but it's not a play you really want to drop. You can see it comes back, but doesn't spook her out of the shot. And
Yeah, and that's certainly something we've seen with the catching. Maybe something that some of the teams can work on is just, again, clutching for it. Not
that's
letting
the
that
thing,
ball
if
come
they're
to
not,
you.
not coming all the time, then you can not really be expecting
Get
them.
a bit excited about
But then
it.
also when you're bowling, it's always a bit tough when you follow through.
Absolutely. Some of the toughest jobs in cricket, that, caught and bowled.
This will be a wide. Thought about going after it. So, hello to say hello to Matthew Hodgson, saying you're doing a great job this week, Joe. Well, I think you are, and not just this week. This
Thank
week's
you,
the easy
Matty.
week for you. You've done a great job.
I've had a blissful week after
You started,
your
I think, on the
arrival.
8th or the 9th. Is that right?
I can't even remember.
Yeah, you don't remember anymore. Matt asking, is the ECIW available on YouTube in Ireland? I believe so. It should be. Definitely there'll be a way to watch it. Probably YouTube. This time it's just sliced away to the offside. Lindell, slight fumble, but recovers.
Well, we've got our resident bandy expert in the chat, Benedict Chambers, telling us that Cigna's team.
So they have skates, but it's more like hockey. Got it.
And her team came second in the Swedish League last year.
Oh,
He
right.
thinks.
I'd like to try that, but my skating's poor. I did play field hockey growing up, so I feel I got that bit down. Being the goalie, that seems a lot like just letting the ball hit you. So I think I could probably go with that as well. Last ball of the over coming up. And this will bring up the 50, and it'll be a couple more as well because it picks the gap. So Babette Delators played second fiddle so far, but she's saying I'm more than a second violin, and she moves into double figures. And at the end of 6 overs, it's 53 for 1.
Yeah, this is really nicely played, coming forward to meet it and then just judging that length, going back and smacking it square of the wicket all the way to the rope for 4. There's a look at the bowling figures.
Summer Shaker, 1 for 13. Really good spell from her in the end, and so yeah, she can be really happy with her efforts. And we almost had a second wicket there with the return catch. And look, let's just have a bit of real chat with the YouTube chatters right now.
Here it comes.
Here's a bit of real chat. You'll notice, okay, we will always try and keep it on YouTube. The only time that we will geo-block it is if one of our TV partners requests it. Okay, but if they don't, then we will keep it free on YouTube.
So if it's not available on YouTube, you should be able to find it on
There
the local
will be a
channel.
way to watch it, okay? And hopefully it's free. If not, we apologise. But obviously, we want to keep things rolling here as well. So we're really thankful to have a lot of broadcast partners. So Shug's got a couple of suggestions in there. The other thing is, we love chatting to our YouTube chat, and still will do that probably a bit more indirectly than usual because we are on all these kind of mainstream TV stations as well. So yeah, the typical viewing for an ECL day would be in kind of 50 to 60 million people around the world. So it's pretty exciting for us. Obviously, it really opens us up to the whole world.
Vinny, we've got a chance to talk about Estonia more
Oh, yeah, okay.
in the chat.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Shot. Really good shot. Don't think it'll be stopped. No way. It's going to bang into the wall. Look, Callis is a class act, and if you drop her, you might get the benefit of watching her bat for a lot longer. She's so well balanced, and she carves that one away through the offside for 4 more.
Beautiful shot and just dangerous area to bowl to a player in this kind of form. She's done it a couple of times now.
Can I tell you a guilty pleasure I have?
I've thought you'd never ask.
We are into game 3, which is game 7, which is the last game of the night, which is normally random questions and confession hour. So I'll let you know in a second. Vaja getting a bowl.
Absolutely on the edge of my seat.
It's knocked down, but they'll get the single. So Terry saying a few members of the Estonian women's national team are watching and loving the action, and my mentions of Estonia. My guilty pleasure is watching Terry's tips on the Cricket Estonia YouTube channel. It's also
Gonna have to check that out.
there's also kind of a bit of Estonian thrown in there. It's got the English for plebs like me. Swings away for a wide.
Oh, you've got an Estonian affiliate commentary box here, Terry.
Yeah, I do. And of course, I'm actually an Estonian resident when I'm not working.
And I'm an Estonian citizen.
Which is, yeah, that's true, right?
Yeah.
So, also love that Estonia is involved again. We'd love to do another ECS
Absolutely.
at some point in Estonia. They've got a great ground there.
And the women's team for another ECIW would be great.
That's going to be a no ball. Kind of spooked her by getting across to later. You can see Vijay kind of wants to follow her, but she was running out of real estate here with that natural movement. It's going to be a free hit coming up. I feel like Babette might do something funky here. Maybe try a little ramp because they got the fine leg quite square. Or does she just stand there and try and murder the ball? Now, you're not meant to change the field, but I don't think this is a change. Though, just a bit of a conference. So here we go. Free hit coming up. Oh, she absolutely bangs that. Maximo! Babette Delata, free hit, and she doesn't miss out. 6 runs to the Netherlands.
Just got into position so quickly there and was so still when she hit through the line. Beautiful shot. Yeah, it wasn't a bad ball at all. It wasn't too short. She was just there for the free hit.
Yeah, it's just targeting, really. Just targeting that area. And, unless that was a real Yorker, she was going to back herself to hit it. And look, if it was Yorker, she could try it anyway and miss, and there's no real harm done. So, got Chris in the chat asking if we can't go to the UK, can we go to Ireland? Yeah, potentially.
Absolutely.
We do always want to find new places to go. It's just tough because our calendar is so packed these days. Charges, but I think the natural angle maybe just taking this down the leg side.
Yeah, that's the most threatening delivery that we've seen yet, and just unfortunate.
It's not a bad shout because it's kind of threatening to come back.
Yeah,
I just think it was probably going on to miss. Yeah, Matthew Hodgson, ECS in Ireland. Tell us a good club that we could host us there in Ireland. Maybe let us know. Now
I would love to go to Ireland for a night series. Absolutely. One of my favourite places.
Well, pick up and throw. Or pick up and flick. Shoot from the hip job
from
Vijay.
Eva Lynch, she wouldn't have had to even look.
So, maybe we shouldn't go to Ireland too soon because I just kicked my Guinness habit, which during the World Cup when we were in Barcelona late last year, let's just say a good time was had. And
I don't think you can have a bad
time. Might be a bit too soon. Smashed. That one's going, and gone. Maximo! Well, she doubles down now as Delata goes large twice in the 7th. End of 7 overs now, 74 for 1.
Have a look at this. She doesn't even really get out the middle. Kind of top edgy, but just hit with such good timing that she gets it all the way over the fence. Great shot.
Shrug wants us to come to Jersey as well. I'd love to check out Farmers Field. Hey, guess what? There's more cricket coming up right here in Gibraltar. And I can tell you that things are slowly taking shape for finals day before we head to the Cartermore Oval on Monday for more ECL action. So, so you can see that only the Estonian half of Terry's tips is over the moon that I enjoy it and mentioned it. I really enjoy it. And between you and her, Terry, I have my opinion on who's more photogenic on the camera. Anyway, this one's whacked away, and this is 6 over cover point. Maximo! What a shot to start the 8th. And Ravuri, again, she's got to be spot on here. That length is just nice for these Dutch guys to pick it up and hit it over cover point. What a shot.
Yeah, looking in ominous form, both of these batters. I think the 1 wicket fallen so far, and Sweden are going to have to pull something out of the hat to get another breakthrough here. They are looking set.
Here's the comeback ball. So she does go full. And this is what I'm talking about. Oh, where's she going?
Out.
Beep, beep, beep. Time to turn around, Stara. This is right for QN, I think. I've got an apology for Terry because I actually do think he's very photogenic as well. And Terry was one of our commentators back in 2020 and did a great job. Famous for one moment, which I won't mention. But Terry, I'm really looking forward to seeing you. And I actually think we could get you in the commentary box. Oh, what a shot. Yeah, absolutely pounded. That's the biggest 6 we've seen all week. Maximo. That fence is hurting. And that one almost banged back off the rock, Joe.
Yeah, look, this wasn't premeditated, so to speak of, but
She certainly had the feet moving early and just impeccable timing. What a shot. That one's gone to live with the apes.
Well, they better
or the
check,
monkeys.
They better check that ball because that was absolutely smashed. Shrug said shot of the tournament.
Yeah.
Hard to disagree with that. Wants to go
it could be
again
this
and
one.
does. Back-to-back Maximo.
That's the rugby shed.
Well, batten down the hatches because Sarah, she had a life earlier on. That one brings up her 50 off just 26 balls. And she's in the mood to go large here in match 12. A warning shot perhaps for the Italians tomorrow night because Callis is on.
Wonderful half century and some warm applause you can hear there from the sidelines. Callis on her merry way.
Now
goes
she's going to
big
go again. And it's another one.
Three in a
Maximo. 3 in the over. And right now, Ravuri in a bit of a world of hurt. McCallis is just taken all the handbrakes off and she's going at everything now. Amazing hitting. The crowd's appreciating it.
Just absolutely display show of power that. And she managed to play it on both sides of the pitch as well. That
4 sixes in the over now. 24 it's gone for. 6.666.
Yeah, and just pure cricket shots as well. Nothing too sloggy. Maybe that last one, but knew exactly where she wanted to put it.
They want more. Instead, they get a sweep shot. It's going to be 4. Well, that's such a good over.
Big over.
It goes magical. 28 come off it. Coming off the 21 the over before. So the Dutch, Mercy not in their vocabulary tonight. That time, outside leg. Good shot selection and execution. 102 for 1 off 8.
Yeah, let's have a look at how they've gone about it as the open development chart comes up. And you can see there, well, they started really well. That 1 wicket, putting a few breaks on it in that 3rd over, but then those previous 2 overs, 21 and 28 off it. What an amazing display that has been over the preceding 12 balls. And they have breached the 100 mark as well. Plenty of time left in this innings as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if they go upwards of 130. 120, 130, that's what they'll be eyeing here.
Here comes the 9th. And it's Chamto coming back. Chamto's done some good things with the ball. It's going to be real tough to bowl to the Netherlands with 9 wickets in hand, 12 balls to go. Always a chance they might over-attack and create a chance. Let's see. Good luck. Later, just works it around the corner, picks out the fielder. So just a single. Just a reminder, tomorrow night is finals night here in Gibraltar. We have the bronze final, Sweden versus Gibraltar. You can lock that in. Italy and the Netherlands, we know they'll finish 1st and 2nd. Can't tell you the order yet, but we will start 4:30 p.m. GMT, 5:30 in Central Europe, 10 p.m. in India tomorrow night. Final night of action before we take Sunday off, then head to Khartoum.
Yeah, and Stuart in the chat asking what's the highest score so far in this ECIW. It was 143. Just checking, 143.
Sounds right.
Put on by the Dutch.
Monday night.
Yeah. And of course, we saw Italy also make a pretty good 136.
Well, could be under attack here the way things are going. Although it's a nice bit of fielding from Vaidya. But they take on the 2. Again, that's good experience cricket. Taking on the slightly risky 2, but committing to it and getting there.
This partnership now upwards of 83. And certainly looking ominous for Sweden. Great running, that. It's going to be Chamto to continue. She had a pretty decent first over. Just wants to not lose control here. And certainly, well, that will be 1 taken off the pads. And no, it's a leg by.
Yeah, I'll take that, Sweden at this stage. I mean, Sweden just need to try and play some good cricket. I think this is how you get better as well. No doubt the Dutch, a lot more experience than the Swedish team, but the Swedish team has shown a lot of raw talent this week.
Yeah, all teams have faced these kind of matches in their development. The Dutch at the hands of Ireland and Scotland.
On the charge, commits to it. Going, gone. Maximo! Put it with the rest, a half a dozen to later. Really targeting that leg side. Look, she commits to the plan, doesn't she? She takes a little shuffle. She doesn't bank on missing it, and she certainly doesn't. That one's out of here.
Yeah, and there's something that perhaps other batters in other teams like Regina Sudazai, I can imagine her really getting a lot out of looking at these innings that these 2 ladies are putting together here and how, getting into a position and then hitting through the ball regardless of how the delivery is.
All happens in the ninth. What have we got now? Another shot into the gap. This is going to be 4 this time, 1 bounce. This partnership's worth 96 now, and it's not done yet. Sweden, again, they got that initial breakthrough of Seegers. I suppose, dropping Callis has come back to bite them a little bit. That was an opportunity they couldn't take. Again, that's how you learn at this level. If you do create a chance, you better pouch it. Otherwise, you could be staring down the barrel. That's what they're doing right now. Last ball for Chamto now. Let's see if she can pull a wicket out of the fire. Now they want to go for it.
Going down leg.
Yeah, it was. And then almost created a run out. But it will be the end of the over. So, Callis, probably not a bad thing they didn't go for that run, because she'll be facing up as we get to the end of the ninth. It's 116 for 1.
Yeah, this has been an exemplary display of T10 batting. And like I said, it's something that a lot of the other teams can have a good close look at. Just the intent and the aggression and really backing yourself to make those shots. Even if you've got yourself in a position and you have to adapt to whatever's delivered at you, just really going through with it regardless. And
the thing is here, I mean, you go back to the power play. I actually think that it was almost even Stevens at the end of the power play, a 23 for 1. But these two have just shown really good decision-making under pressure. Now they've got themselves in a very, very strong position. Captain Shukla comes back, starts with a wide. Could have been worse, because Callis will feel like she might have been able to whack that one.
I could see her eyes light up from here.
Yeah. Actually saw her lick her lips as that ball was in transit.
Yeah, lovely to see all those people around the world, Vinny. So, you're a resident of Estonia.
I am.
Have you been there?
Yeah, of course. In talent. And I've got a few friends there as well. They don't see me enough. But when I do get there, I'm a big fan of the hot wine. And I'm a big fan of, what else? Seems like everything comes with a shot of rum in it.
The best sausage I ever had in my life was in Tallinn. That was a bear, boar, and deer sausage.
Have a look at this. This is going to be the 100 partnership half, and it's time to get funky. Showtime at Europa Point, as it's a properly executed ramp. Look at that. Time to bring out the broom. A bit of a stand-up sweep, really. But Babette Delata showing a lot of skill there. 4 runs.
Yeah, something they're doing really well is keeping themselves really low, these Dutch batters. Not getting drawn into standing up too much and making sure they can play those low bouncing deliveries.
Had to go after it as well, because it was outside off. Had to make something out of it. Didn't have a lot of pace to work with. Gunjan Shukla, I really admire her, the way she leads her team. She's got her hands full right now. Time turns into a full toss, and this is smacked as well. Maximo! Well, Shane Dietz showing how to do it. Nice fielding from the former South Australian Sheffield Shield player. Have a look at this. And, well, if you want to wake up the coach, this is one way to do it. Beautifully taken. And 6 more to the total.
Gee, he knew the pressure was on there, didn't he?
And they go for it again. And this is out of here. Maximo! Seis carreras. Delata, no one-trick pony. She can go offside as well, and does. I was about to say that 143 might just be out of reach. Maybe not. They're 134 with 2 balls to go. And that brings up Delata's 50 now. 51 off just 19 balls. It's been lightning from Babette.
Yeah, sure has. Look, she's a tall woman, but the way she reached out to that and still managed to middle it, it was going away from her. She had to stretch, but pure timing and force.
Couple to come. This time along the ground, won't beat the infield. That's well handled there by Badaren. So 135 with 1 to go. And so, well, Sweden, they're going to be tested as well with the bat. And I think that's what you want going into the bronze final tomorrow night as well.
So 6 will have them beat their top score.
Well, it won't be. That might
Could
be
be a
out.
run out.
I don't know if she touched that.
Looked
Obviously
like it.
not, because she doesn't appeal. So it'll just be a single to finish. And it's going to be 136 for 1. Yeah, I'd be claiming maybe a fingernail. Get a cheeky run out. But anyway, it's going to be 136 for 1, because they do run. As that ball bounces over the stumps. And look, Sweden, they'll need 137 to win. I think they'll just enjoy the challenge. And when you break it down, cricket is kind of a one-on-one game. So let's see if the bats from Sweden can do something against a Dutch team that are on the attack tonight. They won the toss. They batted here in match 12. It's the final group match. Heather Seegers was out there. Sina Lundell found herself the wrong side of the border, but it was looking pretty ominous, wasn't it? They got to 20. They had a very good first over. Seegers just mistimed one. It's a nice catch taken by Kanchan Rana. But you solve one problem, another one comes out there as Callis and Delata came together, and their 100-plus partnership really, really put the boot into Sweden in his 10 overs.
Yeah, wonderful display of batting all around the pitch, both sides, leg and off. And it seemed like the Swedish bowlers, wherever they put it, these two, it was the Babette and Stera show as they just went bang, bang, bang. Stera, I think, hitting 4 sixes in 1 over. An unbelievable display of power hitting.
And the interesting thing for me, they kind of bided their time a little bit. This is where it just started going absolutely nuts. That one banged off the fence. There were 4 sixes and a boundary in this 8th over. But if you break it down, the first half their innings only 45. The second innings, 91. So they really, really...
put the foot down.
Yeah, they put the foot down because they knew they had the wickets in hand. They had plenty of batting to come. And when they took that handbrake off, they were speeding. And they sped all the way to 136. 3 magical overs in the last 4. In fact, if you look at it, they were 53 off 6. They end up scoring 83 in the last 4 overs. 66 for Callis, top scores with 32. 6 fours and 4 Maximos in there. 5 sixes for Delata in her 52 off 20 balls. That was the partnership. 116 unbeaten for the second wicket. Soma Shaker really stood out. She took 1 wicket, created another chance. Unfortunately, she couldn't hold on. A bit of damage in those figures. Champto tried hard, opening the bowling. Bowled a good first over, but really nobody was safe in the Swedish bowling lineup in the first half of this game. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Stay tuned for the second half of match 12. Sweden. Well, let's see how many they can grab against a Dutch attack, which is back here on night number 5. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Joe Wigasani. We'll see you very shortly for the exciting conclusion of night 5 in this FanCode ECIW Gibraltar. Hello and welcome back to Gibraltar Europa Point. One of the most southernmost points in Europe. In fact, it's the most southernmost point in continental Europe. And 24 kilometres from Africa. Right now, we're looking at the start of the second innings of this. It's match 12, the final group match in what's been a really entertaining week. We've already seen records smashed. We saw one smashed earlier tonight. Netherlands' fastest ever chase, taking just 5 balls to overhaul the Gibraltarian total. Bit of a sterner test for them, I think, in this one. It looks like Isabel van der Woning is going to get us going. Here's Filling. Normally takes new ball, but they've gone for Isabel. Here we go with the chase. And Sweden needing 137 for victory. And I think, obviously, it'd be great if they got the 137, but I also think you're just trying to test yourself against bowling that's probably a little bit of a level up to what they would get domestically in Sweden. We saw Sweden just make 44 against the Netherlands the other night. It was match 2. And so, that'd be a good start to at least make a competitive total. Again, facing bowling is a bit quicker than you're used to. I think you can kind of use that pace against the bowler, but technically it rushes you. This is Kachan Rana, who's coming off 2 ducks, so she'll be nervous. Yeah, that time, not the worst shot selection, just trying to guide it down, but a bit of a bottom edge. I like that Van der Woning is hustling through this over as well. Looks purposeful. I mean, the Dutch last night, they went down 99-98 to Italy. It was a bit of a wake-up call, I think, just chatting to some of their players. They said, yeah, look, credit to the Italians, but we may have underestimated them a little bit. No excuses, of course, but they certainly have looked like they're on a mission on night 5. It's probably a bit high for me. Maybe heading down towards the leg side as well. Yeah, Rana just struggling to get going here. But Van der Woning, she's dealing, isn't she, in this first over. That's more like it. And she'll get a run. Maybe she'll get more than one. She'll get 4. That's good batting, and that's nice for Kanchan Rana. Coming off 2 ducks. She gets a boundary and just throws caution to the wind here. And that one gets away from the third-man fielder and down for 4. It's Hanalandia, I think, down there, who had a nice chat too. I'm sure will end up on our social media platforms as well. Last ball, the over coming up. His runner breaks the runner dots with the boundary. Oh, this one really takes off on Rana. So end of the over, just the 4 off it. 4 without loss after 1. And, well, now we're up to 5 matches without a golden ball. That's how quick the cricket comes, because it was the first game today that was a golden ball in Malta. And it was a crazy one. It was an elimination match. It was Bajiba Blasters versus Marsa. Marsa forced the tie. There's half a chance to win the game in regulation, but Fanya Magal fumbled the ball approximately 37 times, and then the golden ball, Dinesh Siddiqui sent it out of the ground. So the golden ball tiebreaker, if scores are tied, the batting team gets 1 ball to score 2 or more. If they don't, they lose. If they do, they win. So I want to say a quick hello to everyone in the chat as well. And yeah, Terry saying if he was coaching Sweden, he'd say, go out there and attack. You've got nothing to lose. I agree as well. Chris saying all games so far have been a pleasure to watch. And the robot chiming in the chat as well, saying T10 accelerates cricketers' development so fast. It's good to watch. Couldn't agree more. They're put under pressure. They have to make more decisions. And yeah, you can't rest on your laurels. Also, Shrug had a question. Any plans for another women's international tournament on ECN this year? Well, obviously we'd like to. Depending on the schedule and availability, there's lots of things. There's ICC cricket to work around as well. Now, ultimately, we're trying to head in the direction that we could have an ECC, for example, that would mirror the men's ECC. But stay tuned. And this is Anamine Thompson coming in to bowl over number 2. As a welcome back, Joe Wigasani, into the commentary box. Nice to have you back with us, Joe. And
Hello,
nice to
Vincent.
see Rana getting some runs. He's coming off 2 ducks, but Interesting they're going for Thompson here in the second over.
Yeah, going to the spinners early. They've had such success, and it's so difficult to generate that pace off the ball from the slow bowlers. But what I did like from Rana in that previous innings, look, we know that Isabel van der Woning and, of course, their fast bowlers, Zvilling, they're very difficult to face. That's a good shot straight back down the ground. It's going all the way to the rope, in fact. 4-4, really well played.
Nice shot. I mean, Signe Lundell went for a diamond duck earlier, didn't face the ball and was run out. But this is a proper cricket shot. You see the good stride, kind of clears the front leg a little bit, plays straight as the day is long and gets the boundary. So, yeah, Annemiek Thompson's super interesting. Seems like she doesn't really have a leg break.
Yeah.
She just exclusively bowls wrong and back of the hand. So, a bit of an illusion if you're not used to it. You see it there.
Yeah.
So you actually have a look at her hand when the ball comes out. She's coming out the back of her hand. There you go. Yes, there we go. This will show it really well.
Yeah, that's a great
So she's
shot.
got good flexibility, and that's why it actually breaks left to right. That one didn't do a lot. This one's tossed up, and another almost returned catch for Annemiek. But just the dots. And so we had, I suppose this is the issue. You want to keep the score ticking. We've just had the 2 4s so far, and we've had dots all around it. So that's why it's pretty hard to get those acceptable overs. I'm not so sure about this one.
Had a bit of bat under edge.
Also, I'm wondering where this pitches. For me, I thought it might have pitched just fractionally outside the leg stump. Yeah, touch and go there. I think there's enough doubt there.
That's
to
a great
say
length
not
to
out.
be bowling.
Yeah, it's tough to deal with, isn't it? So just the 2 boundaries, 1 in each over. It's 8 for no loss after 2. And kind of zeroing in on these finals. Netherlands with a win here. They'll go back to the top of the table. So looks like it'll be Netherlands 1, Italy 2, Sweden 3, Gibraltar 4. And that will be our finals lined up tomorrow night, starting with the bronze final and then the trophy final after that.
Now it's going to be Isabel van der Woning continuing, and we saw with Rana with that 4, she really just flashed the batter, and that's what we saw last night from the Italian openers really well against the fast bowlers of the Netherlands, is using that pace and just going for it, trying to capitalise on the field limitations in the power play. Here's van der Woning.
Nice shot, uses the pace, and very, very good fielding down there. And I was talking about Hannah Landia earlier. I'm really, really impressed with her fielding. I know Shane Dietz, he gets the notebook out if there's any fumbles, any errors in the field, but he kept the book in the pocket that time. In fact, maybe get the book out, get the green pen out,
He
give a
liked
little
that
tick.
comment as well. Little smile back at you, Vinny. Appreciated the shout out.
Well, coaches got to earn their money somehow. Getting the notebook out is always a good way to do it. But yeah, great fielding. Also a good shot though from Rana. First single of the innings. He went to the 3rd over.
Life here is all about looking like you know what you're doing. The notebooks always help that. There's that one down the leg side, called a wide.
Because what the single does as well, it just changes the strike, and the right-hand,
Yeah.
left-hand combination comes into it. And van der Woning has been spot on so far. But that time, you can see she just lost it down the leg side, didn't change her line.
Great challenge for Lundell here, though. Certainly will be amongst the better bowling attacks that she faces.
Swing and a miss, but didn't take van der Woning too long to get it online.
Yeah, it's just those occasions, maybe a little bit overawed by the pace generated by van der Woning, but it just needs to get that front foot forward a little bit more.
Yeah, van der Woning, I like the way she kind of bustles in, got a lot of energy about her, pace bowling. Pitched up, nice looking shot
It's a
though.
great shot.
It had the confusion rays on it, kind of spun right, then it spun left, but Iris Villing does very well to cut that off. And with the Netherlands, it'll be interesting to see who they elect to bowl in this 10 overs as well. Maybe they want to use a number of bowlers if they feel like the game's safe. And the margin's not really important. The main thing is that they win. And they'll go to top and protect themselves against the weather tomorrow. That's the thing. Because there is maybe a bit of rain forecast tomorrow. Hopefully it stays away.
Look, Vinny, you should know better by now not to look at the weather apps for Gibraltar.
This one could be gone, and it's dropped. Well, get the notebook out. That's Annemiek van Bergen. And, well, I'm not sure if she's still feeling a little bit dizzy, but this is one you'd expect them to catch about 10 out of 10.
Yeah, but you get a ball in the air here, you know you're going to feel dizzy because it swirls around. We've seen it so often before.
I actually saw Shane Deet's skull turn a slightly different colour then when that went down. But anyway, hopefully that's all forgotten by the end of this innings.
Yeah, looks like a PE teacher red to me.
Anyway, you know what? Rana needs a bit of luck. She got run out direct hit against Gibraltar first ball, and then she went for a duck earlier, so can't begrudge her that. Tell you what, Lundell looks like she's got a good technique though, doesn't it? And that's why she seems a bit more capable of handling the pace than perhaps some other players that we've seen against the Dutch.
Yeah, good solid technique, really good hand-eye coordination as well, and we've seen very, very committed in the field. So not afraid of the fast stuff.
Last ball for Van der Woning.
Well played.
And runner keeps it out into the power play.
Great ball.
Yeah, 13 without loss after 3. So yeah, a lot of talk in the chat, people wanting to see more women's cricket on ECN. We would certainly be doing our best to keep it coming. And, you know, it's quite unprecedented what's happened in the world of ECN over the last 2-3 years, 4 years now almost. And, yeah, Kitty said she'd love to see it. I'd love to bring it to you as well, for sure. And yeah, I just love the pride in which every single player we've seen this week has worn the badge of their country. And whether they've been successful or not so successful, there's a great community that we're observing here and we're showing to the world. I think it's something very special. As Thompson is going to come in for her second over out of the power play. So up to 4 outfielders can be used now. Sticking with the 2 at the moment because it's working. This is well bowled. And Lundell, I wonder if she's worked out that these balls aren't going to spin back towards her. Steve's liking the smooth, economical actions of the Dutch seamers.
Well, they're nothing if not economical, the Dutch.
That's for sure.
Fiscally retentive people, if ever there were one.
I would like to see someone with more windmill action, though. This is going nowhere. And this is what's clever captaincy as well, I think, with Heather Seeger's back tonight. Hasn't just put everyone back straight away because we're out of the power play. Still keeping mid-on, mid-off up. They've just got the deep square leg and the deep mid-wicket at the moment. So it just doesn't give them that get-out-of-jail single down the ground. It's a good location, but good shot from Lundell.
Good running too.
Yeah, I think they just had to hit and go. And runs are hard to come by. Rana backs up and gets in for the single.
So, Vinny, you want a Dutch windmill action? Do you know that Dutch windmills only turn anti-clockwise?
Is that right?
So how are you going to get an anti-clockwise Dutch windmill action?
As long as you point it the right way. Well, when you bowl, it's anti-clockwise,
Kind of
right?
is,
If
isn't it?
you're a right armour, then that's anti-clockwise,
Very good.
I guess. Bowled, and a nice bit of bowling from Thompson, who gets Rana swinging. Just ran out of patience there, Kanchan Rana, and went for the large shot. This one pretty much goes straight on. You can see back of the hand.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of break into leg stump. So finally, the Netherlands have a wicket. It's 14 for 1.
And this is all about the air that she gives that ball. It just really tempts a big shot, but Rana just losing her shape and playing across the line. Needed to get forward to it. And that ball going straight on to hit the stumps. Good wicket. And Tomo, as they call her,
Yeah,
picks up another one.
I like Tomo.
Tomo.
And so, Robot in the chat, thanks for your wonderful comment in there. And yeah, Friday Night Lights live from the Rock. Wouldn't rather be anywhere else.
Oh, this is a great comment from Benedict Chambers. Is that Signet has only played for 2 years, but of course, Jonty Rhodes has been involved with Swedish cricket up there and apparently gave her a lot of good advice.
Yeah, well, it's
and
worked.
encouragement. Yeah.
She looks great. And
Certainly in the field, she's doing some
Yeah.
Jonty stuff.
Well, she's a bandy goalkeeper. That's what we learned earlier. So she likes to throw herself around. And Kitty's saying there's nowhere else she'd rather be on a glorious Friday evening. Although, what's the time where you are, Kitty? I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to say, is it about
2 o'clock?
4:30 p.m.? I'm going to say, I think Kitty's in Virginia. which is
She's
East
home
Coast.
from work. Kitty's definitely home from work.
I'm going to say like 4:35 p.m. But you tell me if I'm right.
Abby Chowdhury just observing that Van der Woning, the fastest bowler in the comp, certainly generates a lot of pace.
Oh, this is where Vijaya's going to come out. And I mean, it's awkward when you see somebody bowling that looks like a leg spinner, but probably isn't. It just has the little toe behind the line there, luckily. Oh yeah, Rob likes Thompson because
Rob Tomo
he's a Thompson and she's a Thompson. Last ball, the over.
comes back again.
Well, almost a run-out chance. And I don't mind that backing up from Lundell. She gets sent back, and she probably had flashbacks of what happened earlier there, but she will survive this time. And after 4 over Sweden, 14 for 1.
Yeah, Lundell, look, this has been difficult so far, but Lundell is showing a class, able to stay out there for a little bit as we have a look at the batting lineup. So Kanchan Rana falling early, 6 off 10. And then it's Signa and Anya out there trying to do a job just to get their side up. I'd say they'd be aiming for at least to get around 80, 90. They should feel pretty good. Should they do that? And Kitty Hunley just saying in the chat that it's 4:34 p.m. Well guessed by you, Vinny.
There we go. 6 hours behind where we are.
She's off work, and Mr. Kitty is in attendance. A big hello to you, Mr. Kitty.
I looked that up for some reason earlier today, just double checking my time zones. Anyway, here's Van Berker, who starts with a wide down the leg side. Yeah. She was one of the infamous Dutch 8 or whatever that were not feeling too good.
So there's one thing in Dutch is, and I won't repeat any of it, but Dutch swear words, you use diseases.
Ooh,
so
okay.
if you want to abuse someone in Dutch, you tell them to go and get a disease.
Well.
So I wonder if they'll be using the Gibraltar flu.
Wow, is that right? Well, I'll tell you what, Lundell, nothing wrong with her, and she's going to get 4 here. And again, I think a red pen might come out from Shane Dietz here because Thompson, she's come off her over. She's back in the action straight away. They couldn't get down to that 4 runs. Nice shot by Signet. Hello to...
Yeah, that's Mr. Kitty.
Yep, to Mr. Kitty. Oh, yeah, Trip, of course. Saying hello to everybody. And random questions. Why not? Last innings of the day. Why not? Signet's got an interesting kind of technique where I like that her front pad doesn't really get in the way of her swing.
She does get it out of the way.
Yeah, there's pros and cons to that, and you don't want to overdo it, but she backs herself to hit the ball, and she hits most. Now looking for one, but thinks against it. Dutch fielders in very quickly to prevent the single. So Benedict Chambers, of course. Djurgården is a club in Stockholm. We've seen them on ECN a fair bit with their men's team, and I know that the captain, Gunjan Shukla, is involved with that organisation. So nice to have you in the chat, Benedict.
That was the right shot from Lundell. Certainly that'd be played, but just misjudging the bounce.
Let's see if she can manufacture something here against Van Boker. Once again, just driving towards mid-wicket, but there's Stella Callis. And how well did Sarah bat earlier? I mean, she took 28 off and over. She hit, I think, the biggest 6 we've seen all week. Banged into the fence, and she banged the rugby shed. She was kind of knocking on all the doors and fences.
Well, Lundell might have a crack at it here.
She does, but it could be gone, and it is gone. Nicely taken behind the stumps. Babette Deleda takes it. Looks the right shot, just couldn't quite get the middle on it. You can see maybe falls off it slightly, skewed up in the air. So Van Boker gets amongst the wickets. Nicely taken by Babette Deleda with the gloves. Made that hers, put her name on it, and that's also the end of 5 overs. It's 19 for 2. This is what's coming up tomorrow in Malta. We have semi-finals to start the day. Royal Strikers and Southern Crusaders in semi-final number 1. The winner through to the final, the loser has to play for bronze. And then for semi-final 2, Sweetie United, undefeated 18-0. The Orange Machine taking on Gozo Zalmi. But Gozo Zalmi with Khalida Mahdi in their lineup has already made a really lightning, I think 26 off 9 in their game today. Very clever bowler. There's going to be some great cricket there. So join Rico Full. He's standing by. 8 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 1:30 p.m. in India. Finals wall to wall tomorrow. So finals day in Malta and then finals night here at the ECIW in Gibraltar.
This looks like Mickey's Villing will be coming into the attack. Just practicing her run up, ready to roll the arm over.
It gets everyone nervous. They're thinking that there's going to be a ball, but the batter wasn't on the pitch. So anyway, look at Robot saying the joy of cricket on display. Chris has got a question, which I'm not going to have a conclusive answer to, but I will have a go at it. First, let's have a look at Mickey, of course, the sister of Iris Zvilling. Coming out to bowl over number 6. Well bowled.
Yeah,
it's good heat first up. So Chris's question was, what happens to ECL if we lose a week due to rain? Well, obviously, hopefully that doesn't happen, but there's a few options, and it'll just be assessed on a case-by-case basis. Obviously, last year we had a situation where we lost 3 full days to rain in Championship week, so we made all the games 5 overs. The The minimum's 3, obviously. But we'll do everything possible to get groups played.
Great ball.
Oh, amazing bowling from Mickey, who hits the target and knocks over the castle. It's straightened down the line, and Vidya didn't have the answer. The Dutch are red hot tonight, or I should say orange hot. It's 19 for 3.
Yeah, they've cut the dikes open, and they are flooding this Swedish batting team. That is an amazing delivery from Mickey Zwilling to be able to get that to seam away, hitting middle and off on the way through.
Beautiful shot as well of the delight from Mickey, who wants to make the most. Wants to make the most of her opportunities. No doubt about that. And that is a very, very nice piece of bowling. Unfortunately, Vidya goes without scoring. And not an easy ball to handle as Catherine Battering comes in at number 5.
Battering, hoping she can bat herself in as she wanders out to join the captain out there. Shukla yet to face a ball. So she's been watching Lundell struggle around for a little bit there, and then Vidya getting out on that last delivery for a duck. So Sweden certainly on the ropes here. They do want to try to get upwards of 50 in this innings.
Expect something at the stumps here. Instead it's outside off, and batter in. Again, be a good challenge for her. I think as a batter in international cricket, you want to be challenged. And yeah, I suppose it's quite unique in Europe because you've got such a large variation. Yes, large variation in what you can expect. But this is where, if you want to go to the next level, you need to be able to handle this kind of thing. So let's see how Battering will go. Shukla at the other end now at the moment. Well, this time stays outside the line of it. I suppose this is the risky strategy. Because this is the natural thing if you've got bowling that's kind of up a notch, is that the feet can kind of go away from the ball. You can see the natural reaction here. But see, a lot of the weight will go out of that shot. It's a tough one. You don't want to necessarily get too far across and make yourself an LBW candidate either. But anyway, Catherine, let's see if she can get a run or two here. A couple of balls to go in the 6th. Yeah, has a real crack at this. I like that she's been quite aggressive here. I mean, probably that's the ball, and if that's probably maybe cuttable, maybe a bit close to cut.
Yeah, a little bit late cut. Yeah.
Try to hit that straight back down the pitch, flat bat, which is quite a difficult shot.
But look, Vinny, on what you were just saying, there is only one way to get experience in this life, and that's to get out there and do it, and that's exactly what we're seeing. And the feedback on the chat and everyone else we've heard, it's been a sensational week of cricket.
Wow, this does everything.
Goes for the beamer, stays low, digs away.
There's a spot in this pitch where I don't think the laws of physics apply. Look how much this goes. And Shane Warner would have been proud of that one. We saw Summer Shaker from Sweden bowl one that cut in about 3 metres earlier in the week. That one goes away. So probably luckily it was short enough that it wasn't going to cause any problems. But Zwilling bowls a wicket made in there in the 6th, 19 for 3. And what a good performance. And she's certainly putting her hand up to get a bowl in the final.
Yeah, absolutely. She'll want her name on that list and certainly proving a point, making her case with that wonderful over wicket maiden. You don't see that too often in T10.
Gunjan Shukla, the captain, will get to face the ball now. She's been there for a while. Seen it from the other end. Hannah Landia is going to be the bowler in over 7. Starts with a ball that's a bit short. Yeah, and I suppose that's the thing. First ball, it's natural to kind of be a bit careful against the bowler. But that might have been the easiest ball to hit. She'll get this over. And there's nobody back on the leg side, square of the wicket. And Shukla just kind of looked spooked by it because she wasn't expecting it. Let me tell you about Hannah, though. Had a great chat with her. We'll probably put on the social media at European Cricket. But yeah, really interesting story. Loves her cricket. This one cuts back and ties up Shukla. But yeah, what I love of the stories, all the reasons that people have gotten into it. Maybe they've played in a multi-sport club, for example, in the Netherlands, which is pretty common. Maybe they've got other family members, mums, dads, brothers, sisters that have been involved in cricket.
Look, it's a really, really old established game in the Netherlands. There are teams there dating back to the 1880s. So there are little chunks of the population that certainly grow up with the game around them.
That's a good ball as well from Landia. I like the natural shape she gets as well. Typically just moves it slightly away. But again, she's energetic, isn't she? And she's a very good fielder. Very good fielder. We've seen her patrolling the boundary for most of the time in this series. But I think she's really enjoying the opportunity to try something a bit different and be shown here on ECN. Well, that's not a bad shot at
Nice,
all
great shot.
from Shukla. This is going to go for 4. So takes it on. And look, this is another player I really admire. Gunjan Shukla, the Swedish skipper. I think she never backs away from a challenge. So we saw her kind of maybe a bit defensive first ball of the over, but now she's had a look at Hannah. She says, all right, I'm going to try and take you on. And she wins that one, 4 runs.
Yeah, I think she was in the mindset after that short one. She missed out. Anything full she was going to drive, and she did that superbly.
Now takes on the fielder. Well, that's dangerous. I'll tell you what, that's Iris Zvilling who's there. But where's Eva Lynch?
Yeah, it wasn't Eva Lynch.
She's not in the lineup because that's her.
She's done her work for tonight.
That's her patch. She took 3 direct hits there earlier.
She gets to sit down and kick back and relax, knowing she's done her job for her team. Key part of why they kept Gibraltar to just the 14 runs.
Yeah, steps inside. That's a good play from Batterin this time. Still trying to get off the mark. Yeah, Lynch was on fire. Had the radar absolutely spot on. Often you get 3 direct hit runouts in an innings. That was quite brilliant. Yeah, Chris just mentioning it's the 7th match of the day. It's the 3rd match here in Gibraltar. And this is the last match of the day in ECN, but there'll be
Plenty more cricket
6
tomorrow.
more tomorrow. Up in the air and gone. So, well, Batterin, well, in a way, it's one of her better shots, but the thing is she couldn't really keep it down from Landia. And it was a simple catch that was taken. And, well, we saw a bit of a folly, didn't we, in this position earlier. But that time, I think that's Van Boker that swallows it. And that is the end of Batterin, who has to go without scoring. It's 25 for 4.
Really good catch by Van Boker there. Pretty regulation, but made sure to make the most of it. With Batterin, that's a perfect example. So she's now faced that kind of bowling and playing that kind of shots, having that experience. She can now go back. She can be in the net whenever she faces the bowling machine, for instance. That she can set it at that pace and really know that they've faced it in real life, and they can just work on it now. Yeah,
7 overs down, 25 for 4. This is what's coming up tomorrow night. And I think I'm pretty confident now to say Netherlands will win this and take top spot back of Italy. But we will start with the bronze final, Sweden versus Gibraltar. And it starts tomorrow night, 4:30 p.m. GMT, 7:30 in Central Europe. It is 10 p.m. in India. Just thinking of the fixtures, I think we might start just a little bit before the final in Malta finishes. So don't forget to switch straight over, because I think the final starts at 4 o'clock local in Malta, and we'll be starting an hour and a half after that. So I give you all permission to stay for the final.
I mean, there's 2-screen action, Vinny.
Yeah, you could double screen it.
Split screen.
You could double screen it, for sure. What I will say to Batterin, if you have, no one likes getting out, but I'd rather get out that way where you've hit the ball and made decent contact than just swinging around one and getting castled. So looking for positives.
Or run out without facing a ball.
Yeah, that's true. Shukla faces up and gets runs, and this is going to be another 4. So she's hit 2 boundaries now as Zvilling, for the first time, Mickey's feeling this is, goes to the boundary. The first run's off her bowling. Again, I like that from Shukla, who's trying to go toe-to-toe with the Dutch, and she has a bit of success here.
And look, this is a bit where the Dutch want to watch out not to get a little bit complacent. They came here tonight with, they were bitter. They were bitter about last night. You could see the anger coming out of their ears and big clouds of steam, and they came in ferociously. And they just don't want to get a bit complacent here now that this game is all done, pretty much done and dusted. Really put the foot on the throat.
Don't be bitter, be better, as they say in the classics. Mickey's Zvilling, she's really impressed me here. I love her kind of bubbly enthusiasm around the group. It's really obvious that she's
much beloved member.
She's enjoying her cricket. I don't know about playing with your big sister in the team. I think that'd be pretty annoying. But what are you going to do, hey?
It's a little bit like at home where you have to bat second, isn't it?
That's probably why the second younger ones, I should say, are normally good bowlers, because they're forced to bowl all the time.
All the time.
They just would have smashed a 4th stump out of the ground, but Shukla survives. Yeah, Chris is saying love Shukla's approach. I agree. Not just to her batting, but everything she's done this week. I mean, Shukla got absolutely cracked in the collarbone fielding at mid-wicket. Just shook it off, took a great catch next ball, took a catch later in the innings on the boundary. She's also bowled pretty well. And in difficult conditions for her, really. It's not the right breeze for her bowling the last couple of days. She's on strike now. Goes after this and gone. Well, don't think Shukla likes it, but the umpire hears something, and the Dutch certainly were pretty confident. Well, whether she nicked it or not, I don't know. If she didn't and she copped a rough one, probably rather catch it tonight than in the in the finals night tomorrow.
Oh, there might be a big gap there.
Yeah, I don't know. With
Maybe
those
the
ones,
top of the bat. Maybe
pretty
hit the top of the bat?
inconclusive. No, it would be a little top edge. I mean, this one probably won't show us too much more. It's certainly pretty close to the edge.
Yeah.
And so look, there's a noise, and she's disappointed. I can understand that. It's because she's a competitor. She's a baller. Shukla, but she's going to have to go for a run of ball 9. She's the 5th wicket to fall, 29 for 5. And that was a good little battle between those two players, wasn't it? But in the end, as usual in cricket, the bowler has the last laugh. And that's the 5th wicket down.
Well, it's the wicketkeeper always has the last laugh.
Sometimes. No. Wicketkeepers always have the last word.
Good comment there by Chris C, HCFC in the chat. My one complaint is that I started watching ECN a few weeks ago, and it's become almost impossible to do any work while watching. I feel you, Chris. When I'm not here in the commentary box and I'm at home and trying to concentrate on my other work, I can't help but put Vinny and Rico and Corey in the ear and check out all the wonderful action. I absolutely feel that sentiment.
It's a nice looking shot down to the 3rd man for 1. Sommershaker gets off the mark. Well, Sommershaker and Zwilling, Mickey Zwilling that is, that you see there, they are going to have a competition, I reckon, to see who's bowled the most seamed delivery. Because Sommershaker bowled one that went 45 degrees on opening night. Mickey bowled one that kind of went the other way. They might have found the mystery patch in this pitch.
So, Vinny, over the preceding month or so, we've seen a few different results coming from whether teams have batted or bowled first. Will be really interesting tomorrow to see how the toss falls and what the captains decide to do.
It's an interesting one.
For instance, we saw with the Pirates in the ECN that they had much better success when they bowled first.
Yeah. It'll be an interesting toss. Let's take the final, for example. I think Netherlands want to bat first. Certainly, even teams that normally like to bowl first, a lot of them will then switch to wanting to bat first in the final and get runs on the board. But I don't know, Italy, they won chasing, didn't they? They kind of, I won't say it's an impossible chase, but it was an unlikely chase at one point. So I don't think it will bother them if they do have to chase. No matter what happens, it should be interesting. Oh, a little edge this time, and running away for 4. So, Alaganula, well, nice to see her getting a highlight here in match 12 because she couldn't keep due to a minor injury she sustained in the warm-up. So, plays as a bat. I do like she's very still. She's uncomplicated with her technique and gets enough bat on that to get it away. So, end of the over, it's 35 for 5 after 8. Little target for Sweden might be surpassing the 44 they scored previously against the Netherlands.
Yeah, I think that's a good little ambition to have in their minds now as we reach the final 2 overs of tonight's play. And it's been a wonderful, wonderful night of cricket once again, Vinny, but the Dutch really showing their class in these previous 2 matches.
So Chris is in the chat. Let us know where you're from, Chris. As VB comes back for the 9th over.
Is that Chris Schinkel?
I know Chris is from the Netherlands, Chris Schinkel. I'm talking about Chris C. HTFC in the chat. And yeah, it is.
HCFC, what football team would that be?
Hartlepool Town. Sounds about right.
Hallebury Train. Harborough.
That's good fielding. Landier loves to throw herself around. It's a perfect throw back. Well, that's how to do it. Oh, Huddersfield, okay.
Of course.
Makes sense.
Naturally.
I like to make up fake football teams sometimes. Hello to anyone who's watching that's a Hartlepool Town supporter. They sound like they'd be a team. They got so many places there.
Hartlepool?
Hartlepool.
Hartlepool.
It's just north of Midlands and Here's Van Boker in the 9th.
Regenshire.
Very wide keeping. Babette Delayed's got really good hands behind the stumps.
Oh, Michael Dow suggesting the Dutch might stick to a glass of Geneva. Do you know, have you ever had Geneva?
Don't think so.
Geneva is a great drink. It's a really high quality Geneva. Oh, it's delicious, like whiskey. It's like a Dutch gin. Same components as gin, just different ratio.
I'm trying to stay pretty healthy because we're going to Cartama and we're going to in Malaga.
I mean,
the empanada shop.
A month-long sporting competition is certainly the biggest risk to your health.
The empanada shop. They're already messaging me, asking when are you coming back.
They're dangerous, aren't they?
Well, this one could be gone, you know.
Yeah, looks like
and
it.
Babette likes it. And I've got a feeling this foot's in the air.
Yeah,
as
Ganula's face tells the story as well, I think.
You can see little charge, and then she's going to have to get down. I don't think she does in time.
Or does it really quickly. Yeah, that's really good.
Well, wait for it.
That's good.
surely
Yeah,
that's
look,
behind the line. That
here's the
toe.
thing. It's pretty inconclusive. But so I think this will be whatever the umpire called it on the field, because I don't think you can really tell with that toe, is it past the line
Yeah,
or
he's
not.
given it.
And so it's been given out. So what that tells me is the umpire on the field
Soft call.
thought it was out. Certainly the reaction of Delata would say that it probably was out.
Yeah.
As a keeper, you've actually got the best view of anyone there. So if you can see the line with the foot down, if you can see any line at all, you know there's nothing behind the line.
Yeah, she was certainly up and about as soon as those bails were whipped off.
So you can see
What is the robot going on
having a
about
bit
here?
of fun at Christmas expense.
Robots has had enough of these pensioners living the good life with cricket and the feet up.
Yeah, Kitty saying the empanada sauce sounds so delicious. Oh, it is.
Oh, they are dangerous empanadas.
I'm going to go find the empanada store and so people can Google the images. Right.
Everyone go and Google the empanada store. Give them 5 stars.
It's a great shot by Taylor, the first up.
Mention Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sando.
El
See if we
Mundo
can
is
get him
called El Mundo Empanada something.
Let's see if we can get you a free empanada, Vinny, through.
Oh, I don't mind
True.
paying. I told him.
No,
I sometimes pay him just to drive past and smell it. Oh, this is close as well, you know. Babette likes it. And, well, she likes it. She's normally a pretty good judge. Taylor hit the first one nicely. Does she drag this foot? She does slightly. And gone.
yeah,
I can't see that.
great keeping.
Yeah, I mean, that's just super sharp work.
Is it the bails coming off?
I think it's dislodged there. And there it is. So, well, Taylor, well, I don't know what shoe size she is, but if she was a couple more, she might have been able to stay behind. But, yeah, played a nice shot. The next one, just a little bit of experience, I suppose, dragging the back foot slightly. And so she will be the 7th wicket to fall. And it's also the end of the 9th over. Van Bogaert will finish with pretty good figures of 3 for 7 off her 2 overs. 37 for 7. So, yeah, the Dutch bowlers, they're kind of forming an orderly queue, I think, to bowl in the final. Remember, we haven't seen Iris Zvilling bowling in this
Or Frederick
innings.
Overdijk,
Yeah, Frederick Overdijk
the
as
world
well.
record holder.
Exactly. So these are other options that they've got. And I don't think we've seen DeLanger, unless I'm mistaken. Did we see DeLanger in this innings? I don't think so. Caroline DeLanger.
Some of the best work by the robot on the chat there, Vinny, that I've seen yet.
Yeah, El Mundo de la Empanada European Cricket League 2023 starts Monday.
It's going to be greasy and filling.
I'm putting myself on 2 empanada nights a week.
Two empanadas a night.
Perhaps with the ability to expand to 3 or 4. Yeah, speaking of the devil,
I would really love.
here's DeLanger. And 1
Look.
Carvery all-you-can-eat roast Sunday lunch.
I would just love our listeners to jump on Google, go and give them a review. Doesn't matter what it is, and just mention Vinny Sando, Miss Maximo.
I need to, go look that up. I should actually keep a bit of a food diary.
So Vinny sent me.
Well bowled.
Great
It's almost the
bowling.
leg spinner, which you don't see too many of from DeLanger. Yeah, it's interesting about her action, just the way that
Head
the ball comes
stays down.
just had a bit of right to left on it. This one's up in the air, and wow, another one goes down. Mickey
Yeah,
has dropped it now. We might have a run out. We won't. Well, Shane
That's the
Dietz.
only time you'll see Mickey Zwilling not smiling.
Shane Dietz has just dusted off the red biro again, because this is a bit of a double whammy, and 2 wrongs don't make a right.
If he had any hair left, he'd be pulling it out right now, I think.
Mickey was already practicing her interview, I think, for after the game. Now she's going to have to answer the coach. This will be a dot. But, I mean, you can understand. Double header, you're going to have a couple of lapses here and there. But, yeah, the food diary, if I did one, will be pretty repetitive.
Pretty empanada full. It would be as full as an empanada.
Yeah, will be. Oh, the chorizo one's calling my name already.
One of the best things about this job, isn't it? We get to go to all kinds of parts of Europe and taste all the different fare.
Yeah, it'd be pretty
Lovely.
good.
You must have been able to compare pierogies around the world.
The robot's talking about the Angus Steakhouse MVP. Well, that's the steak restaurant right next to the Sunset Beach Club. That gets a fair workout as well.
Yeah, Shrug just reminiscing on Paul Adams' delivery as Carolina de Lange manages to pick up a wicket with her final delivery and the final delivery of the match. She will finish with figures of 1 for 3.
So pretty similar games between these two. I think that just does straighten down the line a little bit. I couldn't see that missing. Little nod from Sunil, who finishes proceedings here. They're going to finish 40 for 8, and DeLanger does get her wicket in the end. She's been waiting all night for that. And so I want to say a big thank you to everyone here, and I'll just remind you that we will be back tomorrow night for finals night. And we can tell you now that it will be Sweden versus Gibraltar, 3 versus 4. Netherlands, they go to the top of the table with that win. They have an identical record to Italy, both 5-1. Well, I can't wait to see that. Well, what a rematch it'll be. Join us 4:30 p.m. GMT, 5:30 in Central Europe, 10 p.m. in India for night 6 of 6. Finals night is on the way. And, well, it was a pretty entertaining night to say the least. Triple treat of cricket here, Joe. Netherlands just too good in this one.
Yeah, well, the chat turned to food at the end because we must be hungry, but so too were the Dutch as they came to play tonight. And in this innings, simply too good for the Swedish top order.
Love the bowling of Mickey Svilling. I thought she bowled really well. Landier as well. I think she is such a talent. But she had a bit of a kind of challenge from Shukla, didn't she? And ultimately, she was able to have the last laugh against the Swedish skipper. But yeah, look, it's a tough one for Sweden because they're obviously dealing with bowling. It's probably a cut above what they normally would have to face. Shukla seemed nonplussed about that one, but I'm sure we'll see her coming back hard tomorrow night. And Somershekar, who was out there, also Alaganula was able to get a boundary first ball. And, well, I've got to say, Babette Delaney, she stole the show late in the piece with 2 lightning stumpings. And back-to-back, and you see, Talender just saying, well, am I sure I'm out? Well, I think it looked that way. And then DeLanger put the cherry on the cake with a wicket very last ball. Yeah, so last time when these two teams met, I think it was 143 to 44. This time it's 136 to 40. So pretty similar score lines. And you see that Lundell looked like she could handle herself. She's made double figures run. At least she broke her run of duck. She scored 6. 9 to Shukla, fought hard. A pair of 4s down the bottom. Not a bad starting hand in Texas Hold'em, but here, not really challenging in this game. And the Dutch, look, they were pretty ruthless, weren't they, tonight? You'd expect nothing less. 3 for 7, Van Boker got the figures. 2 for Mickey Svilling, who I thought bowled really well, including a maiden. And then wickets to Thompson as well as Landier and to Lange. I think Van der Voning bowled with good pep as well. And you think about the bowlers they didn't use. I mean, the Dutch are a force, and I think they wanted the rematch against Italy, and they want it pretty bad tomorrow night.
Yeah, they certainly do, and good to see them displaying their depth once again, like you said, with the bowling. And that formidable top order is certainly going to be the challenge for Italy tomorrow. I feel like with the bat, Italy will have what it takes to chase down what the Dutch get. But it's all about the action with the ball, and the Dutch was simply superb tonight. As we have a look at this beautiful aerial shot of Gibraltar, and we should have the
so let me see what
summary coming up soon.
Let me see what we got down there.
Is your hotel on that?
I was just looking for it. There is an amazing yacht hotel.
Is it one of these yachts?
I won't tell you which one mine is. No, this is what's coming up tomorrow. The next trick you'll see on ECN.
The Gulag yacht.
It will be in about 10 hours. That's how long you have to wait. You have to amuse yourself for 10 hours. Then it is semi-finals day tomorrow. And it's going to be Royal Strikers versus the Southern Crusaders in the first semi-final. And then semi-final number 2 is Sweet United versus Gozo's Army. The winner's through to the final, which will just take you through enough until you get to Gibraltar tomorrow night. Joe, it's been great being with you again.
Likewise.
And I think in the far reaches, I can hear the European Cricketers song coming on, and it's beautiful. It means one thing, and that means that we're going to take you out with the highlights today from everyone here at the Europa Sports Complex in Gibraltar. I hope you have a happy and a safe evening. Enjoy your 10 hours without cricket, but then tune you back in tomorrow because it's finals bonanza day and night. It's going to be all right. Saturday night cricket coming your way, but I'll see you in Malta. For now, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, with Joe Wingasani on behalf of everyone here at ECN and the Blue Crew, Spring Productions, and everyone here in Gibraltar. Hope you have a happy and a safe night. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode ECIW Gibraltar. Good night, everybody. Hasta mañana.
Swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Bowls getting quicker with a kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert, and with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you've done. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers.